And we're live. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the She Builds the Future Festival. My name is Shaina Silva. I'm the founder of the She Builds Global Initiative, and I am your co-host for today's festival. Yesterday, we had an interesting take on rethinking the future of people and planet, which is our theme for this year. And we chose this theme particularly because in the face of a pandemic, social injustice, climate change, we thought that this year's theme should absolutely focus on some of the key topics that have been top of mind for all of us around the world who have been watching as incredible changes are taking place in front of us. The pandemic has accelerated our ability to really become digital citizens and forced us into being online almost 80% of the time, right? We could have been in Haiti today experiencing the festival in person, but because of the pandemic, we're now hosting it online, and so many other people are also now having to broadcast themselves into the internet. And so we're living in a completely different era of our society. And it's important for us to really address what is happening and process all of that and see how might we change the way that we are thinking about our present and our future, and also incorporate elements of our past, right? How can our past inform us and offer lessons into how we can plan and project better futures for ourselves? Now, some of the interesting talks that we had yesterday included Stephen Baboon. We did an artist spotlight on an up-and-coming Haitian artist who's based in New York City, who showed us a different way of thinking about identity, right? In terms of gender and normalities that when we think about identity, we have a very specific way of thinking about race, of thinking about culture, of thinking about binary themes of our human nature. But Stephen took us and transported us through his art into a completely different way of thinking about our identities, not just as Haitians, not just as Black people or colored people or multicultural people, but as human beings. And what does that mean? What does that mean, and what does that look like? Now, we also had award-winning author Edwidge Danticat join us and share a little bit about how we should be rethinking culture. She touched a lot about the power of art and really getting us to vocalize what we feel and really being a sort of change agent to crystallize what's happening in our present and what has happened in our past, right? Art is powerful in that way, and really giving us a call to action to leverage our voices more, to talk about what's happening in our society, right? It's extremely important for us to not remain behind the scenes all the time when things are happening, but to really look at how can we use platforms like what we have created today and social media that is at our disposal and get creative around how we shift the narrative, right? Leveraging our own capacities and creativities to create new cultures. We also had with us the incredible Jerry Wanda, Grammy Award-winning musician and producer who has really put a lot of artists on the map, including Shakira, Whitney Houston. He's the cousin of Wyclef. He took us through a musical journey that showed us that how much music is important in helping us really feeling more connected to each other. He played some jams from the Fugees way back in the 90s, and we could feel the energy from that period just by listening to those sounds. And he talked about how he's having to completely reformat the way that he's presenting his music, using new technologies, having to broadcast online now that he can't host physical concerts, right? But still being able to connect to one another through the internet and still presenting our voice, our passions, our art, and what we care about. So all of these things we covered yesterday. And to top it off, we had the incredible Moonshot Academy entrepreneurs pitching in the Shark Tank. Melissa Sanon pitched her startup. Vanessa Pierre from Eco Renew Solutions And Christine Larac and Isabelle Jolicoeur from Atelier Collab pitched what they envision for the future of Haiti through their business and how they see themselves bringing a little bit more sustainability and prosperity into the community. We had our sharks Tessa Jacques and Mr. Stuart Pierre from the Central Bank, asking all the right questions and making sure that the ladies were on top of their game. And then taking away, some really good thoughts around how they can improve thinking about their business in terms of the financial sides and the revenue and the profit margins and things of that nature. So we're going to kick off day 2 with another incredible lineup. Now, yesterday we focused a lot on people and culture, but today we're going to focus more on people and planet, right? As you all have seen, there have been incredible impacts of the environment because of our behavior on the environment. And there's been a massive call to action by a lot of leaders around the world to really change the way that we're doing things right now, the way that we do business, the way that we consume, because it is really having a very heavy impact on our planet. And if we don't change that, we may not have this planet the way that it nurtures us anymore for the next couple hundred of years. So it's time for us to take action now and change how we approach our behaviors in consumption and production. I have the pleasure of bringing as our very first panel 2 environmentalist women from Brazil who have been very vocal in preaching, why it is important for us to care about our environment, our land. Without our land, we don't have anything that can sustain us. And so it's important for us to put that at the forefront of everything we do. And so I have the pleasure of introducing Yara Vicente, Amazon-born woman, member of 3rd generation of social environmentalist movement of the Brazilian Amazon. She's the founder of Nossa Terra Firme, a strategic consulting company that specializes in sealing up transformative initiatives in the global South. And she was selected as one of the 1,000 global talents for the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals by Unleash Innovation Lab, which is actually where Yara and I met. In 2017, we were in the same cohort. So I'm excited to bring her on as a friend. We've become this close because we share the same passions around making a positive impact in the world. It's my pleasure to bring her on board today. Accompanied by environmentalist and former Minister of the Environment for Brazil, Marina Silva, also a woman who has an incredible story and upbringing coming from the Amazon and really, teaching herself a lot of skills and thriving in a way that we don't hear a lot about from people coming from the Amazon, right? We often hear stories from people in the cities and sometimes in the suburbs, but the Amazon is a special place where, at least from those of us who are in the United States or in broad, more elaborate markets, we don't hear those really interesting, intricate stories coming from places like that and what's happening there and how important some of the issues that they're facing affect all of us, right? As we've seen in the past couple of years, the Amazon has suffered greatly from fires, from people looking to, and cohabit and construct. And Marina has been pivotal in fighting for protecting that environment, this lung that our planet is offering us, where much of our air is coming from with all the trees that it offers. So without further ado, I'd like to bring on board Yara Vicente and Marina Silva for our first panel on rethinking our connection to the land.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having us. Thank you, Shaina, for the presentation. Bem-vinda, Marina. It's such a great pleasure for me to be able to be here with one of my most important mentors on the environmentalist struggle. I'm going to be translating for her and translating and interviewing her as well. So, Marina, estou dizendo que é um grande prazer para mim estar aqui com você, uma das minhas mentoras mais importantes na minha jornada, informando a todos que eu vou estar traduzindo para você também. Tá bom. So, just a little bit more about Marina Silva, our star guest of the evening. So Marina Silva is a teacher. She's an environmentalist and a Brazilian politician, specialized in psychopedagogy and psychoanalytic theory. She is Doctor Honoris Causa of Federal University of Bahia and the Chinese Academy of Forestry. She was former senator, a minister of environment, as China mentioned, and also a three-time presidential candidate in the last elections in Brazil. And she's the founder of the political party Sustainability Network and gained worldwide recognition for defending the environment, the traditional communities in the Amazon, social justice, and sustainable development all for the last 30 years. She led, amongst her accomplishments were the creation of the plan to combat deforestation in the Amazon, which reduced deforestation rates in about 80%, and created 25 million hectares of protected natural areas in the region. And for that, she was honored with the Goldman Environmental Prize, as WWF, the World Wildlife Fund, Duke Edinburgh Medal, and the UN Champions of the Earth Award. So yeah, this is Marina Silva, everyone, and I prepared a few questions to help you, to help us harness a little bit of her wisdom. One that I was fortunate enough to count on many years as I consolidated myself as someone who wanted to contribute to the environmental cause. So, okay, first question. Marina, vou perguntar aquela pergunta, a primeira pergunta agora, tá bom? Eu acabei de ler a sua bio e estava também dizendo que essa vai ser uma oportunidade para dividir um pouco da sabedoria que você me passou durante todos esses anos, né? Tive essa sorte de ter essa oportunidade. Então, so Marina, our guests are certainly familiarized with your stateswoman trajectory and leadership trajectory as well. However, I'm not sure if everyone that's watching us is aware of the challenges that you faced until you established yourself on the public debate, in Brazilian public debate. So could you tell us a little bit more about your youth on the state of Acre and your entrance on the sustainability field? Então, Marina, é aquela pergunta sobre, dizendo que os nossos convidados eles já estão familiarizados com a sua trajetória de estadista e liderança política, mas não tenho certeza se todos sabem dos desafios que você enfrentou até conquistar o seu espaço no debate público brasileiro, né? Então, se você puder nos contar um pouco mais sobre a sua juventude no estado do Acre, a sua entrada na pauta da sustentabilidade. Acho que está no mudo.
Obrigada, Yara. É um prazer estar aqui com você e com a Tiana, participando de um evento tão relevante para a população do Haiti e também para todos aqueles que estão agindo em colaboração dentro e fora do Haiti com o desafio de um projeto de desenvolvimento sustentável para o país. É uma alegria participar de um evento em que as mulheres estão no centro do debate, procurando fortalecer os seus empreendimentos e a sua participação nos processos decisórios, seja na vida pública, seja na iniciativa privada.
So she says it's a pleasure to be here in such a relevant event with me and with China. Such a very relevant event for everyone in Haiti and everyone who is collaborating with the shift towards a more sustainable development model for the company. And it's such a joy to participate in an event where women are in the center of the debate, leading and showcasing their entrepreneurship initiatives that are also sustainable.
A minha trajetória é uma trajetória parecida com muitas mulheres negras de famílias pobres da nossa região, que tiveram que superar situações muito difíceis na realidade de seus países.
Her trajectory is a lot alike the trajectory of many women, many Black women that had to overcome the challenges of growing up in poor households on their environments and communities.
Eu nasci e fiquei até os 16 anos na floresta amazônica. Meus pais trabalhavam na extração de caucho para prover o mundo naquela época da borracha natural, só que o sistema produtivo em que estávamos inseridos era um sistema de semi-escravidão.
So she was born in the Amazon forest, where she stayed until the age of 16. And her parents worked on the extraction of raw rubber that provided the world markets with rubber. However, the system in which that raw material was produced was based on semi-slavery labor relations.
Aonde morávamos era muito isolado, no meio da floresta, e praticamente tudo que precisávamos nós extraíamos da própria floresta.
They lived in a very isolated area inside the forest, and basically everything that they needed that they extracted by the forest itself.
Mas existiam algumas coisas que tínhamos que adquirir dos patrões, das casas aviadoras, e isso tinha um preço muito elevado e, ao mesmo tempo, os produtos que nós vendíamos para eles era muito baixo o valor, então ficávamos eternamente endividados.
However, there was some things that they did have to acquire from their bosses, which hold little stores within those isolated areas of forest. And they sold those goods at very high prices. And at the same time, the prices that the products that they sold to the bosses were very undervalued, therefore resulting in an eternal situation of debt promoted towards the labor, the workers on the Amazon.
Fiquei nessa situação até os 16 anos, quando fiquei muito doente e fui para a cidade com dois objetivos: cuidar da minha saúde e estudar.
She was living in this situation until the age of 16, when she got very sick and went to the city with two goals: to get treatment and to study.
Me alfabetizei aos 16 anos e fiz um processo bastante difícil até chegar na universidade. Hoje sou formada em História pela Universidade Federal do Acre e tenho especialização em psicopedagogia e teoria psicanalítica, mas muito cedo me encontrei num processo político junto com o líder ambientalista Chico Mendes, um grande defensor da floresta amazônica, que eu conheci quando tinha 17 anos.
So she learned how to read and write at the age of 16 and went through a very difficult process until getting to the university, where she is now a bachelor in history by the Federal University of Acre, specialized on psychopedagogic. And she found herself very early on the movement, on the political movement led by environmentalist Brazilian environmentalist Chico Mendes. That she met, sorry. That she met when she was 17. Desculpa, faltou 17 anos.
A partir daí, passei a ter uma atuação bastante forte junto aos movimentos sociais, porque o Chico Mendes defendia as pessoas às quais eu pertencia, que estavam sendo expulsas de suas terras, vivendo em situação de muita violência, os índios e os extratores de caucho.
So from there, she started having a very strong participation along with social movements, because Chico Mendes also defended the people that she belonged to, the indigenous people and the people who worked in extracting raw materials from the forest.
Bem, quando fui para a cidade, eu fui porque tinha um sonho de ser freira e fui para um convento. Mas a verdade é que, ao me encontrar com a teologia da libertação, eu acabei saindo do convento e indo, a partir dos 19 anos, me dedicar às comunidades de base, trabalhando a organização social na periferia do estado do Acre e junto aos seringueiros e às populações tradicionais do meu estado.
When she went to the city, she had the dream to become a nun, but in fact, once she found the liberation theology, she decided to dedicate to working closely with social movements and to establishing the grassroots works along with social organizations, along with the rubber tappers, which were the workers from the forest, and also the people that lived in outskirts on urban settings in the Amazon.
A luta era fundamentalmente lutar contra a destruição da floresta, a favor da regularização dessas áreas de florestas para os índios e seringueiros e combater a grande violência econômica, social, cultural que era imposta a essas comunidades.
So the struggle was fundamentally against the destruction of the forest and in favor of regularization for protection of these forested areas for the workers and the indigenous peoples, fighting the enormous social injustices that those two populations were subjected to.
Dos 17 aos 26 anos, eu vi serem assassinadas 6 pessoas com as quais trabalhei muito próximo.
From age 16 to 17, she saw getting murdered on the conflict 6 people that she fought very closely with.
A última foi o próprio Chico Mendes, que foi assassinado pelos fazendeiros que queriam destruir a floresta.
The last one was Chico Mendes himself, he was murdered by the farm landowners that wanted to destroy the forest that he lived in.
Estou há quase 40 anos na vida pública e sempre foi um processo muito difícil, mas aquele início era mais difícil porque para nós não existiam leis, para nós não existia justiça, para nós não existia nenhum tipo de reconhecimento.
She is over 4 years and as a public figure, but it was always a very hard process. But in that moment was even harder because there was no law, there was no justice that would apply to the situation that the Amazon workers were living with.
Um pouco de...
Ok. Obrigado, super obrigada. Então, agora para a segunda pergunta. So, Marina, thank you so much. So, yeah, everyone, this is a little bit of the context of the Brazilian Amazon happening in the 80s and the 90s, right? It's very much a lawless environment. And now pushing forward a little bit, I would like to hear about some of the accomplishments that Marina managed to install in Brazilian environmental policy after she overcome all these challenges. So, Marina, your trajectory is a great example on how your identity and connection of the forest translated into very specific proposals and very specific ideas on how Brazilian could behave in terms of fighting climate change and protecting forests. So could you tell us a little bit, how was this process and how did you manage to secure some of the biggest achievements? Então, Marina, só falei um pouco que agora a gente vai avançar um pouco no tempo, né, e que mencionei que essa era a situação das populações amazônicas dos anos 80 e 90, né, e aí agora eu fiz a pergunta perguntando como a sua identidade, a conexão com a floresta ajudou a delinear suas principais contribuições para o combate às mudanças climáticas e combate ao desmatamento do Brasil. Contar para a gente como foi esse processo.
Bem, eu, nessa atividade que marcou a minha juventude, inicialmente não tinha a pretensão de participar do processo político institucional, apenas do processo político como cidadã. Mas, em 96, o Brasil ia fazer a sua nova Constituição e eu saí candidata a deputada federal constituinte. O Chico Mendes ainda era vivo, ao lado dele, para tentar, na Constituição brasileira, assegurar os direitos dos povos tradicionais e, ao mesmo tempo, ter leis que protegessem a floresta amazônica. Então, foi aí que comecei a minha vida política institucional. Então, entrei para assegurar direitos para índios e povos tradicionais e combate às injustiças sociais na Constituição, e depois isso me levou para o processo político, me elegendo em seguida. Não me elegi deputada constituinte, não consegui os votos, mas a partir daí consegui me eleger vereadora da minha cidade, deputada estadual, e em 94 eu fui eleita a senadora mais votada do meu estado, mesmo sendo uma pessoa que não tinha condições econômicas, não pertencia a nenhuma família de políticos, e com a bandeira da defesa da floresta amazônica, das populações tradicionais, da justiça social para o Brasil, eu consegui chegar no Senado a partir de 95.
During this activity that really impacted her youth, initially she didn't have any intention on participating on politics institutionally, but in 96 Brazil was about to do his new constitution. So she ran for federal congresswoman along with Chico Mendes, who was still alive at the time, to try to include in the Brazilian constitution the protection towards the traditional peoples, which are the people who live in the forest, both indigenous and not. And that's how she starts her first steps on institutional politics. Despite not being elected on that occasion, that led her to the process of running for city councilor and for running for state deputy, both of which she was elected. And in 94, she was elected the most voted senator in the history of our state, back in the Amazon. And even though she didn't have any economic means to compete, and even though she wasn't part of any of the famous families of politicians that ruled the state at the time.
Como senadora, apresentei vários projetos de lei. Um deles foi a Lei de Acesso aos Recursos da Biodiversidade, assegurando o reconhecimento dos saberes tradicionais das populações tradicionais e também que os seus recursos não pudessem ser patenteados, usados sem o consentimento prévio dessas populações.
As senator, she introduced several law bills, including the law of access of the biodiversity resources, which ensures that the traditional knowledge by the forest populations to be acknowledged and ensuring that that knowledge cannot be commercialized without the permission of these populations.
Também foi possível aprovar uma lei criando uma linha de crédito para os seringueiros, porque em toda a história do seu trabalho de extração de látex, nunca tinham tido acesso a nenhum tipo de crédito.
It was also possible to create a funding line for the rubber tappers, the rubber workers, that in all the history of their craftsmanship had never have been considered for loans and for credit before.
Como ministra do Meio Ambiente, procurei transformar boas ideias que já estavam em funcionamento em pequena escala em políticas públicas, dando escala para essas boas ideias e implementando os marcos regulatórios que são muito bons no Brasil, mas que não eram implementados.
As environmental minister, she seeks to transform good ideas that were already in place in small-scale initiatives, transforming those small-scale initiatives into public policies, and also implementing the Brazilian environmental regulations, which are very advanced but were not put in practice.
O tempo todo, a minha experiência de ter nascido na floresta, de ter tido na floresta toda a minha base de sustentação, toda a relação de respeito e de amor pela natureza que desenvolvi, estava presente essas raízes todas, tanto nos 16 anos como senadora, quanto nos 5 anos e meio em que fiquei no Ministério do Meio Ambiente.
So during all this time, her experience of having being born in the forest and having the forest its base of sustenance, all this relationship of love and respect of the forest contributed to create an action line during 16 years that she was senator and the 5 years that she was a minister of state.
Na parte de concretizar as políticas públicas, dobramos as reservas extrativistas para os povos tradicionais, saiu de 5 milhões de hectares para 10 milhões. Na agenda de unidade de conservação, criamos 25 milhões de hectares de unidades de conservação, sendo durante o período em que fiquei no Ministério, o país que contribuiu com 74% de todas as áreas protegidas do mundo.
So towards concretizing this public policy initiatives, her administration managed to double the number of extractive reserves of nature, which was 5 million at the time that she became in office and were 10 million at the time that she left, to create an additional 25 million hectares of protected areas of forest, which made Brazil, during the time that she was minister, the country that most contributed to the creation of protected areas of forests in the world.
Na agenda do desmatamento, quando cheguei no Ministério, o desmatamento estava muito alto, 27 mil quilômetros quadrados no ano de 2004.
As for deforestation issues, when she reached the Minister of Environment, deforestation was very high, and amongst 25. Qual que é o número de novo, Marina?
27 mil quilômetros em 2004, quando eu cheguei, estava na presidência e chegou a 27 mil em 2004.
So deforestation levels reached 27,000 square kilometers. That was the rate when she started being Minister of Environment.
Fizemos plano de prevenção e controle do desmatamento e A partir daí, o desmatamento passou a cair e reduzimos o desmatamento em 83% durante 10 anos com esse plano.
She did, when in office, she did a plan for prevention and control of deforestation. And after that, the deforestation started dropping at the rate of 70%.
Com isso, evitamos lançar na atmosfera mais de 4 bilhões de toneladas de CO2.
This way, the avoided deforestation represented an amount of 4 billion tons of CO2 equivalents that were not thrown into the atmosphere by the avoidance of these forest fires.
O que contribuiu para que fôssemos o primeiro país em desenvolvimento a assumir metas de redução de CO2 no âmbito da Convenção do Clima de forma voluntária.
Which contributed for Brazil being able to be the first developing country to assume reducing carbon emission reducing targets on a voluntary basis on UN conferences.
Isso é uma demonstração que mesmo coisas muito difíceis, quando a gente mobiliza os princípios e os valores na direção das decisões que a gente toma, é possível viabilizá-los. Parecia impossível conseguir essas coisas, mas uma equipe altamente comprometida de homens e mulheres que tinham esse propósito e esse compromisso, foi possível alcançar um resultado que é reconhecido no mundo inteiro. Infelizmente, tudo isso está sendo destruído agora com o governo do presidente Bolsonaro, que abandonou completamente essas políticas, e, novamente, os índios estão ameaçados, o desmatamento voltou a crescer, e estamos numa situação muito difícil aqui no Brasil.
This is to show, this is a demonstration that even the hardest things are possible when we mobilize principles and values. And those principles and values make it possible to viabilize great things to be accomplished. She also mentioned the role that the very competent team of men and women that were committed to the cause of environmentalism in Brazil helped creating these policies. And unfortunately, all of this is being destroyed by the likes of current government in Brazil, President Bolsonaro, that has been dismantling environmental policy, and which resulted in increasing violence and menaces towards indigenous people, and also a high increase on deforestation again.
O presidente Bolsonaro é uma cópia mal feita do presidente Donald Trump. Se alguém puder imaginar que é possível fazer uma política pior do que a do presidente atual dos Estados Unidos, infelizmente é possível. O Bolsonaro é essa cópia mal feita do Trump.
She says that President Bolsonaro is a poorly made copy of President Donald Trump, and if anyone can imagine that it is possible to do an even worse administration than President Trump is doing in Americas, she says it is. That's the case of President Bolsonaro here in Brazil. Okay, thank you, Marina. Obrigada, Marina, por essa grande volta. Hi, China, how are you? Are we running low on time? We can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I just wanted to thank you ladies so much. Wanted to know if I could ask at least one question to Marina with the work that she's doing right now as an environmentalist.
Oh, yeah, sure. Marina, ela está dizendo que apareceu aqui dizendo que queria ver se podia pelo menos te fazer uma pergunta diretamente no trabalho que você está fazendo agora como ambientalista. Sim, yeah.
Obrigado. So I am from Haiti, and we face a lot of environmental challenges as well in our country, and due to poor governance, as you have mentioned. And I would like to hear from you, what kind of advice would you give to people who are wanting to make a difference in a topic that people don't necessarily glorify right now? It's not the sexiest thing to talk about, but we want people to see this as an important part of our survival, right? It's not the sexiest topic, but it's an important topic to our survival. What advice can you give to young people who want to make a difference, who want to make it sexy or popular, so that more people become involved in making a difference in this sector?
Então, Marina, ela disse que está falando que vem do Haiti, que lá se enfrentam muitas dificuldades também nesse tema ambiental. Eu estava te perguntando que conselho você pode dar para pessoas jovens que a se envolverem nesse tópico que muitas pessoas não glorificam no momento, né? Que não é um tópico sexy, vamos dizer assim. Qual conselho você daria para as pessoas jovens que querem fazer a diferença nesse tema no Haiti?
Acho que obrigada, China, pela pergunta. É um prazer poder interagir com você. Parabéns pelo seu trabalho. Eu acho que uma coisa importante para os jovens é que é preciso que tenham uma clareza. Estamos vivendo uma crise muito grave, que eu digo que é uma crise civilizatória, e que o problema das mudanças climáticas e da perda de biodiversidade pode destruir a vida. E os jovens é que têm o seu futuro comprometido. Então, é fundamental que eles tenham consciência da gravidade do que está acontecendo, como já temos pessoas como a Greta e o movimento de juventude que defendem o meio ambiente. Consciência para saber o desafio que temos pela frente. A outra coisa importante com os jovens é deixar bem claro para eles que as respostas técnicas para os problemas que nós estamos enfrentando já existem. O que falta é o compromisso ético de usar essas novas tecnologias, de fazer os novos investimentos para criar um novo ciclo de prosperidade, aonde se junta economia com ecologia, e aonde se junta ética com política, para sair do modelo que hoje destrói o meio ambiente, produz desigualdades sociais e está destruindo o planeta.
She thanks you for the opportunity to interact with her, and she congratulates you for the event. So one thing that young people need to have very clear in their mind is that climate change and loss of biodiversity has the potential to destroy life. So it's important to have to be aware of what's really happening and to use that conscience to know what's yet to come in terms of challenges. And another very important thing is for young people is to make sure that they know that the technical answers for said challenges already exist. So what's missing is the ethical commitment to use these technologies in order to marry economy and ecology, and in order to marry definitely politics and ethics. In order to leave the model that we live in today that destroys environment and harms.
So marrying and economy and ecology, I love that. Politics and ethics.
Yes. E também que os jovens eles tenham a percepção de que nós não vamos criar as coisas em cima do nada. Nós vamos preservar as coisas boas, mas vamos corrigir as que estão erradas e vamos criar novos negócios, novos investimentos. Nós podemos substituir energias fósseis por energia solar. Nós podemos substituir as empresas que concentram dinheiro na mão de poucos pelas empresas sociais que geram negócios que são sustentáveis do ponto de vista ambiental, do ponto de vista social e do ponto de vista ético e cultural?
And also to know, for the young people to know that we to have the perception that we are not supposed to create things out of the blue, out of nowhere, and that we should preserve the good things that exist and correct the ones that are wrong, creating and caring for new business and new investments. For instance, we can substitute fossil fuel for solar power. We can substitute companies that concentrate wealth for social businesses that aggregate value on the sense of the cultural, spiritual, the cultural, the economical, and the social and ecological fields.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Thank you so much, Marina. Thank you so much, Yara. This was an incredible panel opener for us to really understand how to marry economy and ecology and how we're rethinking the future of our people and our planet and how these two things are, they have to be married together. Otherwise, there is no planet B, right? There is no planet B. I want to thank you again, Marina. I want to thank you again, Yara, dialing all the way from Brazil to be with us and share some insights. Appreciate your presence and wish you a fabulous rest of your day. For those of you who are tuning in, please be sure to leave your questions in the comments and we'll be sure to get back to you on those. Thank you, ladies.
Muito obrigada, Shaina. Ela nos agradece. Daqui a pouco eu te ligo para terminar de traduzir. Shaina, thank you so much for having us. It's such a pleasure. I really commend you for everything that you're doing in Haiti and count on us for sure.
Obrigada aí. Muita força para sua luta. Muita força.
Gracias.
Marina sends a lot of strength to your fight.
Thank you. Obrigada. That was amazing. And what an honor to have Marina Silva and Yara Vicente with us as the panel opener for She Builds the Future Festival Day 2 with our focus on the planet and why we should be rethinking our way of engaging with the planet. Now, we need more superheroes. We need more superheroes to fight for us. We need to make sustainability, climate action a little bit more cool in modern day for young people like our generation, the millennials, who are, impacted by this and who are leaving the legacy for generations to come on what our planet will look like. If we don't take action today, we don't know what may be left behind in a few years from now. So to mobilize and raise awareness around taking action and educating our community on why it's important to have this connection to the land and to protect our land, we have our very own Haitian superhero called Tanama, a creation of comic book artist Tony Louis, and we have the pleasure of having her join us today on the second day of the She Builds the Future Festival. Welcome. Well, hello, Tony, father of Tanama. Happy to have you. You're on mute, Tony. Nope. Hosting live events has been really interesting. And the perennial quote for hosting live events is, "Can you hear me now? Or am I frozen?" Right? That happens to all of us. So we know when we see it and we hear it, it's familiar because we all experience it at least once in meetings and live streams and webinars. Can you hear me now? So while Tony gets set up with sound, I'm going to share my screen because a lot of you are in the hop-in, mixing and mingling. And I want to make sure that I share a little bit about how to use the Hopin. We have a lot of features that would allow you to connect with our exhibitors, connect with other people who are participating in the event. So I want to share a little bit how you can do that and make the most out of your time inside of the festival behind the scenes. All right, so for those of you who are inside of the Hopin right now, you'll see that on your left-hand side, you have the reception. This is the welcome area. You can see all of our sponsors. Click on them, check them out, see what they're up to. You'll see the schedule here for the 2 days of the festival. The first day was really a cocktail, so there's nothing there in the schedule. Followed by day 1, you can see the lineup and all the sessions that we had. Day 2, all the sessions that are happening and all the speakers that are tied to each session. Then you can go to the stage, which I won't click on because then there might be a double sound, but let me do it briefly. And then move to sessions. We don't have any sessions. We don't have breakout rooms or workshops happening at the festival this year. The focus is on the main stage. So if you're looking for sessions to tap into, everything is happening on the main stage. Now, an interesting feature is networking. So a lot of you who are inside of the Hopin have the opportunity to invite other people to have one-on-one chats and really take time to get to know people that you would have otherwise never had a chance to meet. They could be within your same city, they could be in another part of the world, and you never know. Sometimes serendipity can lead to very amazing things. So do take time, take the opportunity to leverage this networking tool. And then finally, visit the expo hall. We have some amazing entrepreneurs who are featuring their boutiques, who are featuring their products. So please take time to check out the expo hall and see who's there. Literally, you can click on one of the expo booths, click on the video to learn a little bit more about the entrepreneur. And then if you want to register your interest, you simply have to click on this little blue button that allows you to see exactly register your interest. And the person will contact you from their booth. Now, many of them have also put discount codes. So if you're interested in purchasing any of their product, feel free to use the discount code SheBuilds. This is for Sarcastic Boutique. Others may have different types of discount codes. Let's check out another one and see if there might be different ones. Noelle's Secret Sauce. She has a video discount code she for free shipping. Let's see who else is there. Bijou Lakai is in the house. Bijou Lakai, register your interest for Bijou Lakai if you want to interact with her. We have Tribes of Joseph fashion line. Also register your interest and check out the video. It's actually quite beautiful. Very, very well done. All of these ladies are really top notch. Who else do we have? We have everything from food to fashion. We have hair. We have wellness. We have consulting. Création Dorée. Another great one, straight from Haiti. Also check out their website, their video, register your interest. We have some who are based in Haiti, some who are based in New York, Chicago. We have a little bit of all over the world. I saw Basil Sauce a little bit a while ago. She sent me a sample and I was quite impressed with how delicious her sauces really are. So do check it out. She has a little booth set up and a video. We had featured, our New York chapter for SheBuilds had an event last year and Basil Sauce was an exhibitor there too. So we had a chance to actually sample her stuff live. So if you're interested, check out all of the vendors are here in the expo hall, register your interest, network with them. The best way to really invest in entrepreneurs is to be their customer. So we encourage you to go there, purchase from them, use their discount codes or ask for discount codes if there isn't one, but just become patrons of the entrepreneurs. That is the biggest way that we can truly support our ecosystem. All right. So let's bring it back to Tony and Tanama. Oh, Tony, we're having a hard time hearing you. But while we wait for you, I think we were able to successfully get Jane Wen. There is a huge storm passing through Haiti right now, and it has created a lot of instability with the network and people's ability to connect. So we want to apologize ahead of time for some of the people who are trying to come in and out and having a really hard time. The connectivity right now with the storms is really creating havoc. Which is why the topic of the environment and sustainability and thinking about the future of our planet is so important for us to have, because when you have floods that are out of control and deforestation that is not really allowing for cities to truly be functional whenever there's rain, that's a huge problem. Right now, a lot of people are stuck, and I would have loved to show you a couple of videos of what's really happening real time right now in Haiti, but some of it is really graphic, where cars are literally stuck underwater, homes are flooded, streets are not navigatable. It's a real challenge, and it's something that honestly, with a little bit of planning and a really good execution, we can actually mitigate these things. So an important topic to what's happening real time right now in Haiti, and how the environment is really sort of, rather than creating more openings for us, is actually shutting us down today with the festival. So something to keep in mind. So let's see if we can bring Miss Jane Wen, Director of Wind Farm. Hello, Jane, can you hear us?
Hi. Hello.
Yes, perfect. We can hear you.
Finally.
Perfect. I know that there's a storm in Haiti right now, and it's affecting everybody's connectivity. So I appreciate the effort that you've made in actually trying to push to connect. I really, really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Welcome, Jane.
Thank you for welcoming me. Thank you so much.
So Jane, your family has really been an important part of the conversation as far as Haiti is concerned, around the environment and protecting our land and the biodiversity that exists in Haiti, with Wind Farm, the ecological preserve that you have. And you have continued to push this with your daughters today, who have done an amazing job in showing us around. Last year, we hosted our She Builds Leadership Retreat on your beautiful property, and it's magical place. It's an absolutely magical place. And I want to thank you so much for the hard work that you're doing. I know you have been up against quite a bit of challenges with people wanting to take the land and build on it and destroy, all the things that your family has taken so much time to build. And I want to use this opportunity to thank you, but also ask you to share a little bit about what that journey has been like for you. Trying to preserve this land and this biodiversity that we have. And then what do you see as the future of all of this, right? Well, how should we be thinking about the next wave of environmentalism, especially as we're living real time right now with storms that are really halting our ability to be able to do anything? Take it away, Jane.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, it's an honor for me to be with you today. And it's so important. That momentum is so important, not only for Haiti, but for the whole planet. And I will tell you where I'm coming from. I was born on the island in Carrefour, the south of Haiti, the Port-au-Prince. My mother was Haitian and my father American. And together they had this vision of building a small farm to show people how to take care of the mountain, because the word Haiti in Taino language means mountainous land. And so my dad's vision was to show people how to save the soil on a mountain and preserve the nature there. So since I was a child, I was taught one thing to me that is so important today is the word bonding. I felt bonded to the island, to the land, and to nature, because as I walked through the gardens that my parents were working on, my dad would show me each single plant and touch the plant and smell it, touch the tree. So since I was a child, I had the opportunity to enjoy this, which many children today don't. And to me, we are disconnected with nature, and this is what is happening today. We are the cause of all this change, all of this disaster. Not only I'm talking for Haiti, but I'm talking for the whole earth. And in Creole you would say, c'est pas pour rien. It's not for nothing that we had COVID-19. COVID-19 was here to teach us. It is here, not was, here to teach us that Mother Earth, the planet Earth, is alive. It's a living planet. And I'm telling you that I feel it in my whole body, my whole soul. And I would love to scream it to the whole world. This planet is a living being, and we are mistreating her. So in Haiti, people think that developing countries don't participate in the change of the climate. Yes, we do participate. We cut all those trees. We had the pine forest, which used to be called the lung of the Caribbean. It used to be the lung of the Caribbean because that's where we had the thickest forest in the Caribbean. It's no longer there, or it's almost disappearing. And the tree that was on it is indigenous, and we are losing it. They remove it for agriculture. They remove it for rocks, for taking the trees to make charcoal, to make planks, all kinds of reasons. And there has been mismanagement of the whole environment, the whole hate, a mismanagement. So we are seeing the causes, the result of all this mismanagement. And so today there's a hurricane going over Haiti. Up in the mountains, we have some wind, we have a lot of water, but there's a lot of water going down the hillsides because there's not much soil conservation practices being done. And those are the things we should address. We should address those things. Everywhere was green when I was a little girl, everywhere. And it used to be such a happy place. Haiti was a beautiful place full of biodiversity, all kinds of birds and insects. Children were happy, grown-ups were happy. It wasn't rich with money, but it was rich with soul, rich with green. And because we have mistreated it, we are seeing the consequences today. And to me, yeah, you asked me to tell you a little bit how we fought. Yes, we fought a lot to preserve this. It's over 30 acres of land. And to us, saving this piece of land is playing like a big puzzle. The planet is a big puzzle. And this is one little drop, one little part of the puzzle. And if we can save it, it means a lot for the biodiversity of the world, not only of Haiti, of the world, because there are some frogs that we have here in Haiti. They are found nowhere else. Yesterday, our friend who lives here, he found a scorpion, and then someone else identified it yesterday and said, this scorpion has not been identified in Haiti yet. This is the first time. Last week, he found a frog at the farm. So And this frog is nowhere else to be found. They were looking for it also. There are different things like that that we have. Haiti is still rich. We are still rich with biodiversity. But it hurts me to see we are losing all of that. We are losing it. And
So
you know,
Jay,
yes.
yes, sorry, go ahead. Finish your
No,
thought.
go ahead. I'll listen.
I just love the energy that you have around, why we should be fighting for this, right? This is a life or death situation. We should be fighting for this, and we should be much more concerned around how bad the situation is now and how much wealth we really have in Haiti, to be able to have such a vast array of species, and not really being able to protect them in adequate ways with the right policies is shameful, really. Now, you've come up against a lot of arguments around land titling and around constructing on your ecological reserve. Can you share a little bit about what that has been for you, how that has impacted you, and how you have been able to stand up and keep that space reserved for you and your family and all of us who come and are able to enjoy this sanctuary that you've created?
Thank you. Well, it really started long ago with people who don't understand why we are preserving the trees. And so they feel that trees are there to be cut for firewood, cut for making charcoal, cut for anything they want, making a porch, a house, or anything. But they don't think of replanting. So, and also the green grass, I used to study Rudolf Steiner with my dad. And Rudolf Steiner tells you that the green is the skin of the earth. And so if we remove that skin, it's like the flesh is showing up. And so the ultraviolet rays of the sun will just burn it. Maybe that's what's happening to our planet, And so that's why I appreciated Rudolf Steiner, because he's the one who taught us that the planet is a living being, and we are all kinds of diverse living beings within this planet, on it. And we are one with it. So it was a fight since the beginning. The green grass, it's okay if they would bring cows to eat on it, but then they would pull it out to show that this is not green there, it's all uncovered, it's not your land. So it started like that years ago. But then later on, we found people who are in power, like senators, who would come and say, they bribe the people, and the people would tell them, okay, those people never own the land because they don't have titles. But it is wrong. We have all our titles from way back, old papers that are almost being torn up. Breaking into pieces because they're old. So, but those people who come to grab the land grabbers, they don't want to go to court because they don't have a real paper. Sometimes what they do, they take tea and drop tea on the paper, a new paper, so that it looks old. So it's been a fight. But when you believe in what you are fighting for, nothing can stop you. That's right. I am so thankful that my daughters have understood that they should carry on the torch. I carried it from my parents.
Yes.
And I handed it to them. I'm still there with them too. But I feel that there are people, and it's not only my daughters, it's the people who surround us now. It's the youth who understand. So we are not alone. I'm happy to share this with you. We are not alone in the fight, because people are awakening. Yeah. And to me, what you are doing today, you are rewriting the story of the world, and we're thinking of the future. How are we going to live with this planet, with this land? To me, the first thing is bonding. If you don't bond with it, If you bond through love, then you will learn from her. She will teach you which plants to take for your nutrition, which plants to take when you have a headache. You know, she will teach you all of that.
Yeah.
So to me, it's very important that what you are doing today. And thank you for that.
Thank you, Ms. Wynn. Thank you so much. And I think it's powerful, this message that you've just shared is being able to create that bond with the land is so important because it can teach us so much. And we've seen it in our Haitian medicinal practices where our people know how to take certain plants to heal ourselves, right? We don't need pharmaceuticals from major corporations. We can use straight from the land what's coming from the earth to heal ourselves, to nurture ourselves, our bodies, our minds, fortify our systems, fight COVID. So it is important to have that bond and to not only just take from the earth and take what we need from it, but to give back to it as well so that it becomes symbiotic relationship.
Right. And you just said something, not only take from the earth. So that reminds me of this person I love to read, Albert Howard. He says that the soil is the capital of a country. When you use the topsoil, you lose your capital. It's like money. You're losing money from the bank. So it should be a green economy where it's a circular economy. You take from the soil, you take the food from the soil. Everything should go back to the soil. Everything, either by composting or by just bringing it back to the soil, not to the ravines in the sea or trash bins, you know. It should go back so that when it produces again, then you have this in your economy. It's a circular economy. Our agriculture should be more like that today. And instead of a huge monoculture or with huge tractors, technology is very important, but we must know when to use it and how to use it.
That's right. And important words from you that, you know, we cannot continue to look at how we have behaved the same way as a pattern that can continue, right? We have to change our behavior now with the land. We can't continue to be extractive of it so much. I have one last question for you, Ms. Wynn.
Yes.
Before we switch gears, you have some incredible wisdom around the earth and the land and the diversity around you and the ecosystem that your family has created. Would love to hear about some magical things that you've seen on your farm or on your ecological reserve that most people may not know about because perhaps they've never visited or they didn't know that such things happen within the Haitian environment.
Okay. Well, I should tell you that whenever we feel down, you just go up to the top of the mountain and you feel the energy of the mountain, the energy of the trees, the energy of the soil. The soil has so much to give. So much. The soil we are walking on, it's so precious. You know, we should honor it. So we have a little corner called the valley of the farm. When you go to the valley, it reminds me of this book called How Green Was My Valley. And
How Green Was My Valley.
Yes, I think it was, I can't remember the author, but when you are there and you let go, you live the present moment. Up there, when you live the present moment, you forget all your things that are bothering you. You connect with nature, you become one with nature. And it takes us to our teacher. Nature, to me, the magic is that when you get up there, you rediscover that nature is our teacher. And we must learn from her because nature was there before human beings came on earth. And we need to reconnect with her. So to me, the most important thing is reconnection. Reconnection. You smell, you feel, you're just happy.
Have your senses really reverberate with the nature around you. I love that. I love that.
Right, right. And we have some people, we have an entomologist, we have a photographer, we have people who are working all the time at the farm, trying to identify new species or species that have been there and that were neglected, of all kinds of bugs. Bugs. People don't give importance to bugs. Butterflies. I mean, we have to plant certain plants for them, so that they find their nutrition. For example, the one important thing, a very important thing about the reserve is that there are 3 rivers that take their birth from up there. One is the Rivière Froide. It goes to another village where I was born. So Saturday, what we did, we received 500 pine trees from someone in the forest, in the pine forest, Agronome Sultan, who is replanting pine trees in the pine forest. There's a lot of movement being done in Haiti. Maybe people don't know it, but a lot of people are planting. So Saturday, we had a group of people come and help us plant exactly where that river takes its birth. So we are going to do it for the 2 other rivers. Very soon we'll plant with the Rivière Grise take place, and then the Rivière Momence that goes to Léogane. So I found that I don't want to be political, but the Ministry of Environment has invited, this is the first time this is happening in Haiti, invited 12 institutions to help them manage the environment. Wherever you are, you're going to be of help to them. Give them all the information. So we started with that, and they want to do what they call a cupboard for food security. So they've asked us to prepare, in Creole it's called a garde-manger. So garde-manger, and they are preparing, we are supposed to be doing it. They're having a seminar to teach our people how to do certain things. And we need to have a show of how to have a cupboard for food security, so that when people come to visit, or the farmers, people from everywhere, students, whoever, they'll see how you plant so you can have food security. And this is very important for Haiti right now, food security.
Yes. Absolutely. And in Maslow's hierarchy of needs, food is the first part of the pyramid. Without food, you can't think about anything else. You can't think about education. You can't think about transcendence, because you have to be fed. So food security is so critical in putting that first. Absolutely.
Yes, it is very important. And to me, if we want world peace, there should be social justice. And the social justice, where does it come from? From the land. Food. We're talking about food security. We start there first, and then we do, the land is very important, to take care of the land. And along with it comes the education and everything else, your leisure, everything else, your health, everything comes from the land.
The rest will follow. The rest will follow.
Exactly.
Well, I want to thank you so much, Jane, for joining us today and sharing your wisdom and your perspective and the incredible work that you and your family have been doing for years. It's important for us to celebrate that, to recognize that, and to thank you for that, because it's absolutely difficult to operate in an environment where sometimes leadership is not always on your side, but know that you have an entire community who supports what you do, what your family is doing. And we know how important it is, and we will fight with you to make sure that it is protected. And for more people more young people in our generations, the millennial, to start raising that awareness around the importance of our environment and the connection to the land, and really building that bond so that we have a stronger future ahead of us with all of the climate change conversations that we've been having in the past couple of years, that we can actually do something about it if we take action now.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jane.
Thank
Now,
you.
we've had the pleasure of meeting incredible environmentalists to kick us off for the festival. And how amazing it is to hear from these women who have been around for a very long time, speaking out and speaking up on this particular topic, which has become a little bit more popular today, but still requires a lot more mobilizing and awareness raising to get more people to really understand why it's so important that we put it at the forefront of everything we do, from policy all the way down to how we design our businesses, right? And for us to really get into how we get more people to be mobilized, we have our very own Haitian comic book superhero, Tanama, who is on a journey to really get more young people, more kids, more millennials to understand why it is actually crucial for us to learn more about this aspect of our being on this planet, which is our connection to the land. I have the pleasure of introducing Tony Louis, comic book artist who is the creator of Tanama, to introduce a little bit what Tanama is about and what is her mission. And then maybe we can have a snapshot of Tanama sharing a few words with us. Welcome, Tony.
Thank you, Shaina. Thank you for introducing me. Well, my name is Anthony Louis, but my artist name is Tony Louis. I'm a colorblind visual artist, and I created Tanama in order to really to empower, to uplift the young girls, especially the Haitian one. And in February, with the help of Sheep Bills, with the help of SFA Small Farmers Alliance and the U.S. Embassy, I published in February the first comic book of Tanama and her origin story. And she's a young farm girl, and she became a super hero she's protecting the environment. So Tanama is really about protecting the environment. She's promoting tree planting, gender equality in the farms, because based on the statistics, women works harder than men in the farms. And to me, it's really important to tell people that, hey, the food that you're eating, like a powerful woman was taking care of it before it came into your plate. So it's really, basically, it's really about that, the Tanama.
Love it. Love it. And I had the pleasure of building your website.
Oh, yeah. So it's amazing. It's amazing.
Happy to have taken part of that.
Yeah. And it's been a really beautiful journey with Tanama. And in the Tanama story, it's really a story of Magic Haiti. And I'm inspired by Atlantean stories, by NCBD stories, by the Taino stories, and of course Haitian mythology. And people living in that world of Tanama, they are allowed to use magic. It's normal, and it's really a way to allow kids to dream of a better world. Yes, to be inspired, and especially to know the importance of trees, of the environment. So if you notice what's happening everywhere in the world, and if we were more educated about the importance about the environment, we wouldn't be here, you know. So to me, it's very important through comic books, through animation, that we are able to educate the youth.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And what better way to educate the youth than through storytelling, right? We are a storytelling culture. That's how we have passed on our history from generation to generation, is through storytelling. And you've done an incredible job of creating superheroes, right? Like Wakanda type superheroes that we can be proud of, who are telling our story from our own perspective, right? That's so important, that it comes with an element of our culture, with an element of our beliefs, of our history, of our nuances, so that the people that we want to raise awareness around these topics can really feel like they connect with what is being shared, right? Sometimes we see a lot of stories that are being told without our own sort of lens brought into, how those stories are being shared. And it's hard to connect to things that you can't relate to. So the characters that you've created have really done an incredible job in relaying us, who we are and what we're about and how we can take action. So Tony, do we have the pleasure of seeing Tanama?
She sent me. She's into her superhero business, and she was supposed to be with me today, but she sent a video that I wanted to share with you guys. But for some reason that I don't know, I'm not able to share my screen with you guys so you can see the video that she sent for us. I don't know how can this could be done.
Do you see a button under your video that says share screen?
It doesn't. I see mic, cam, mic, and chat and leave. And I don't want to leave. I want to show Tanama, but
okay.
I don't see the button underneath it. And
interesting. Okay. So what we're gonna do, because we really want to see Tanama, you've done such an amazing job, and we're all so excited to have our first comic book character featured at our festival. Why don't you, if you can, I'm gonna bring up. I'm going to talk a little bit about the Moonshot Academy, which is closely tied to everything we're doing today. If you can disconnect, Tony, and try to reconnect with the same link, and then we'll try to get Tanama on board. So just disconnect, reconnect, and then we'll see if we can get Tanama plugged in.
Amazing, amazing. All right.
Brilliant. So I'm going to take this time to, while Tony troubleshoots, to really give a couple of thank yous to the people who have been supporting us so much throughout this journey. And one of them is DMS International, who has graciously provided us with so much support in the studio component, making sure that we're set up and have the lighting and the backdrops and everything we need to really make sure that we can have a high definition results festival today. Thank you to DMS International. Thank you to Hope for Haiti as well, who has also been an incredible supporter to us for the past, since our existence, and really contributing to our entrepreneurs who are in the Moonshot Academy and our ability to give them some seed funding for the Shark Tank today. We want to thank Chocarella for just being a partner for us since day one as well, and helping us to broadcast our message and share everything that we're doing on their platform. Want to thank Odegon Marketing, who has also helped us in galvanizing some top people to be with us, and Caribbean Media Group, who has supported us as well for a very long time, and just really helping us to tap into the private sector, looking on how we can better build collaborations with some of the companies that are based in Haiti and grow this platform that we've been building so that we can get more people involved, more people active, and more people doing something about how Haiti is today, right? We want to change the way that the country is today for the better. And all of these partners have been so key in really allowing us to create our platforms, and have also supported others in creating their platforms, that we want to take that time to thank them. I'm going to play a quick commercial from Caribbean Bottling Company, who has provided us with a little snapshot of who they are.
CBC, Caribbean Bottling Company, c'est compagnie haïtienne qui traite beaucoup de gants, qui produit Gifouti à
All right. Thank you so much, Caribbean Bottling Company, Hope for Haiti, DMS International, Chocarella, Odegon, and Caribbean Media Group for all of your support. We also have an incredible lineup of ecosystem partners who have supported us from day one: Bunge, CIDEL, Faces of Haiti, Tourism Innovation Summit, Impact Hub. All of you guys, this would not have been possible without you. So I'm going to bring back Tony to see if we got Tanama on board. How are we doing, Tony?
Hi, Shaina.
Hey.
Unfortunately, I
Not
don't know
able
if
to share your screen?
no, it doesn't show on my screen the share screen button. I don't know, for some reason it's too bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see if we can fix that by the end of the festival and maybe bring Tanama as a closing, potential closing for the last day of the festival. Does that sound like a plan?
Sounds like a plan. Yeah, sounds like a plan.
All right. So stand by and our team will connect with you to see how we can bring Tanama back. So next up, we have the pleasure of bringing on board a architect, urban planner, and futurist who is really very, how can I describe this? Passionate about classical planning and using the concept of classical planning as a barometer for how we can build our cities in more sustainable ways, right? Incorporating elements of beauty. Now, one of the first things that when I learned about Dr. Nir Buras, who is our next speaker, and the types of things that he talks about, the first thing that sort of struck my mind when I was learning about him was the topic of beauty and how beauty can kill germs, right? That was the title or the subtitle of one of the articles that he wrote. And it really sort of created a sort of, what is this about? How beauty can kill germs. You don't often hear the topic of beauty and germs in the same sentence. So that sort of opened my eyes to want to learn more about what is Dr. Buras really talking about. Because it made me very curious, And by digging a little bit more and learning about what he did or what he's up to and what he's been sort of advocating for and building sustainable communities and cities with beauty at the center of it all, I felt like, wow, this could not have been a more perfect topic for the conversations that we're having today around rethinking the future of our people and planet. If we're going to be rethinking how we build our cities, we have to think about it very differently than how we are today, where people are not at the center of how we build our cities. Honestly, if we see how many cars are on the road and traffic jams and the way that we have clusters of homes in some places like Haiti, we don't have necessarily beauty at the center, but it could create an entirely new world for us of experiences if we were to build our cities that way. So I want to introduce Dr. Nir. Greetings, Dr. Nir. Can you hear?
Hello, how are you?
Very
It's
good.
so nice to see you, and congratulations on this really amazing effort that you're putting together. I don't think I've ever witnessed or participated in something like this, and thank you so much for having me on.
Thank you, Dr. Buras. It's such a pleasure to have you. Now, I want to read a little bit about your background before you jump in so that people know what you've accomplished so far. So you're a veteran architect and planner, and you focused on strategic planning, architecture, and transportation design, which is very interesting. And I hope that you'll touch on that in your talk, as well as teaching and lecturing in architecture and planning. Your professional experience includes work at Grand Central Terminal in New York and Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. You've also done work with the Washington, D.C. Metro, and you work on buildings of the U.S. Capitol Complex, which is a huge accomplishment. Wow. That's incredible. And it feels like with all of these things that you've been able to do throughout your career, you have amassed an incredible amount of wisdom in how things should be built, how things can be built. And it's an absolute pleasure to have you with us today in sharing some of that knowledge and how we can build a better and more sustainable Haiti for the future. So thank you, Dr. Nir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You make me sound like I'm sure a lot more than I really am. I like to go in and look at things from the simple point of view, which I think if we're doing cities, if we try to make them, they are complex. If we come up with complex solutions, they're going to fail. So whatever we come up with has got to be very simple for it to work. And the fact is that until 100 years ago, we were practicing classic planning. Here's the book cover, so you can have a look at it. It was just published recently by Harvard. What this book is about is how we built cities before planning ruined them. That's pretty much what it did.
So, Dr. Nirbiraz, wait, let me get this straight. You're saying planning can ruin cities as well.
I think you've seen that in the last 100 years. All that litany, all that list of things that you mentioned is exactly what's not working.
Yeah.
And really what's not working is how we're thinking about people in the environment, because we think we need to provide for traffic. But if you design for traffic, you get more traffic.
That's right.
So we need to design for the human experience. Right now, we're trying to be cool and we're trying to be innovative. Neither of these have much to do with the urban experience. It's very nice to be cool and innovative in a nightclub or on a video or on a screen, but in the street, you want to be comfortable, you want to feel safe. And in order to do that, we actually have to design the street based on the human perceptual mechanisms. And those came from Africa many thousands of years ago. We all came from there, and we're programmed to like certain things. And when we find them, we calm down. So classic planning reduces stress by 60%. Modern planning creates stress, and this is measurable. We have the neuroscience for that today. So essentially, of course, you cannot kill germs with beauty, but with beauty, you can help elevate the immune system because you're reducing stress. So let's take a look at what people have been doing with epidemics in the last, let's say, 5,000 years. How have we handled it before? Is this the first epidemic in the world? No. Is this the first epidemic in the 21st century? No. It has a few interesting characteristics, and we can get into that. And I will show you. Do you see this?
Are you sharing your screen?
I thought I was.
Here you go.
It's jumping around, is it not? Okay. Can you see that?
Yes.
Well, okay. Going back 5,000 years ago to the Indus Valley, these are the very first cities that humans built. And guess what? They weren't little villages. They were cities for 20, 50, 80,000 people at a time. And they had sewers. This is the first sewer built. They were so conscious of public health and reducing the possibility for epidemiology. And of course, there was a great recognition of technology, and this comes in the bronzes that came with that culture, and also the special, unique contributions of men and women in everything that was going on. Several thousand years later, the Romans were building these aqueducts to bring pure water into cities from 50, 100 miles away. And the accuracy of this construction is unparalleled. To this day, we don't build as well as they built. And guess why Roman stuff has sustained? Because it was well built. Well, about 150 years ago in 1851, it's almost 200 years ago, isn't it? The first public flush toilets showed up. And they were invented by a guy called John Crapper. So that's where the name comes from. And they were put in the 1851 exposition in London, which had this fantastic glass building that was considered and is considered to this day the forerunner of everything modern. 800,000 people paid a penny each to use this flush toilet. It was a real innovation, but you know how important these very simple kind of technologies are when it comes to dealing with public health. Now we are looking at times when it seems like we're encroaching into natural habitat. On the one hand, so the bats are carrying viruses as they are, and all the epidemics of the 21st century have been bat carried for the most part. And we use electron microscopes to figure out what they look like. There's a picture from an electron microscope. And one of the big things that has come out is distancing, at least in this epidemic. Well, if you look at the street, this is a street in Rome, you'll see that the people are naturally distanced from each other. And I found that kind of interesting. People generally don't have to think about distancing when they're in the street and there's enough street for them to enjoy. When we talk about tall buildings and density and low rise, it actually turns out that these three types of structures all have the same density. The high rise, however, has choke points, and we also know requires air conditioning and other methods. So it gets very complicated to give people good air inside these buildings. On the other hand, if it's too tight, then we might have some conflicts in terms of distancing. In between densities are the way to go, and a lot of classic plans are based on that. Also, this is Eleanor Roosevelt's sleeping porch in her country house, and this is the governor of Florida's Florida room. These are indoor-outdoor spaces, and we're not talking about living with nature. We're either wanting to put ourselves in a box and be supposedly safe from a pathogen or whatever else we're looking at, but we're not talking about living in indoor and outdoor rooms that are healthful. But people have been doing it. We have been doing it for hundreds and thousands of years as the most natural thing. And it is really something that it so relieves stress. It so uplifts the soul, so to speak, that it actually helps with the robustness of your immune system. On the other hand, we have natural materials, and it turns out that they have antiseptic qualities. And at the same time, they're super durable. So if you're building city, you're not building for tomorrow and have the thing collapse on you or just disappear and go away. Because if it goes away, you lose the urban memory that you need in order to show your children, I was there, I did that over here, and it gives more validation of your own life in the eyes of your children. This color on this building is 100 years old, and it's special types of colors that are mineral-based, so they have very little or no environmental impact whatsoever. Do we use them today? Not so much. Why? You know why. We're not doing all the best things. The idea that beauty can impact health shows up in an O. Henry story called The Last Leaf. And this last leaf there was this young lady who was suffering from, I suppose, tuberculosis or something, and she decided that she will die when the last leaf falls. And she's looking out the window, and it's winter, and everything's miserable, and that leaf is still there, and it's still there, and it's still there, and eventually she recovers. Her neighbor, who was an artist and had never drawn a masterpiece, had actually gone out one night and painted that leaf on the wall, and she recovered. He died of exposure. So the idea that beauty can actually elevate our immune system, let's say, to the point of dealing with pestilence is not a new notion. This church was built in Venice. Santa Maria della Salute was after the city recovered from a plague epidemic. And Venice, you have to understand that plague has been in and out of places around the world for thousands of years. And between, let's say, 1500 and 1800, Venice had 70 plagues visit upon it. At the same time, you have all this beautiful stuff going on and people living a life and so on and so forth. So we get an idea of how we overcome through good thinking this idea of a plague which is going to leave. This is also from that same kind of plague, a mass burial that was found in France. So it's very real. The life and death thing is very, very real. And people have approached it in beautiful art in many, many ways to remind us the sanctity of life and the robustness of our best spirits, what Lincoln called the angels of our best something. This is another church in Vienna, and you can see here the idea of light, of illumination, of knowledge, the way it is expressed in architecture. And I'm not going to go into the details on this building, but it uses as precedents for itself everything from the temple in Jerusalem through the most recent things that the architect had discovered. This is also one of the plague churches. Even in Central Park, we have Bethesda Fountain, and named for the Bethesda pool where Jesus healed people from the plague. And it celebrates the fact that because of the Croton Aqueduct, which brought fresh, good water to New York, and New York has some of the best water in the world for cities, this was done to celebrate that deliverance from the plague. So the idea that can beauty kill germs? No, beauty's never going to kill a germ. But our being on the right side of thinking, on the creative, beautiful aspects of creating our environment the way they're supposed to be. There's nothing cool about this. There is nothing innovative about this. We don't need innovation. We need comfort. We need truth and beauty and goodness in the built environment. Thank you.
Sound check. Sound check. All right. So thank you so much, Dr. Buras. It was an absolute pleasure to hear about how we can rethink our way of designing the future that we desire, and for transporting us all across the world, and how different things have been designed from day one. I want to bring back Tony, but before I do that, Dr. Buras, I have a few questions for you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. So I want to put this in the context of Haiti and how we build the future of Haiti, right? And how we design cities and communities. You've been involved in several projects, or at least one major project called Ma Ville, in looking at how to build a small town that is sustainable and has different aspects of what you've just referred to today, putting beauty at the center. Can you share a little bit about that project, what that was like, and how you sort of worked with the team that you were working with, were thinking about designing this model town?
I would love to. Thank you very much. What I'd like to do is, again, share screen with you if you don't mind.
Yes, absolutely. And
we're going to go here to the section that I have in the book on Ma Ville very quickly. The idea that classic planning is something that is only for a certain period of time, or only certain types of people in certain places, is simply wrong. this is simply something that has always worked for everybody. And that's the primary reason that we want to consider it. So what I'm showing you here is actually the Maville project that we did near the Dominican border on the east side of the country. And it was an agricultural-based community. If I take a look at the entire community, see if we can do this. Take a look at the entire community. What we see is that it had different agricultural areas for different things. It had a little bit of wind and solar collection. And here we had we laid out a town for anywhere from 500 to 2,000 families. Quite a dense environment. However, when you start laying it out, you can see that it's all organized according to rules that came, if you will, with the first settlers in the area, including the Spanish. They had something called the Laws of the Indies, and that we used those ideas. I can tell about that later on. But this was a market town, a regional market town. So we put out here a large market structure based on the iron market in Port-au-Prince, and we were thinking of having these self-built structures that would use the beautiful coloring that you see in traditional Haitian houses. And I want to suggest that although this is not educated and it's not sophisticated, it actually is very sophisticated, because it is amplifying the actual architecture of the house. And it's articulating it in both a personal way, and you can also see here the colors are really great colors. So we're looking here at embedded knowledge and embedded good artistic taste that we could use here in every single house. So it's really an idea that the residents would self-build the community, self-build their houses, articulate their houses the way they wanted to, and they were all arranged around the idea of the laku, with the market, the marché, the central square with a couple of churches, a civics building, and of course, plenty of soccer fields. One was a private soccer field in the town, and the other one was on the outskirts in a reserve, so that they could play with additional people from other towns without them having to walk through their own domain, so to speak. Anyways, so you see here, we did this with a lot of love for the people, and hopefully one of these days something like that might get built.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think what's powerful about this particular project is how holistic it is in incorporating different important parts of a community, right? You have the town center, you have the school, you have the hospital, you have the church, you have the soccer field, like all of these elements that really make for a holistic community. With beauty at the forefront, building for people to really feel comfortable and feel good about where they live and feel proud about where they live. Very, very powerful.
Thank you very much. And we also tried to build community. In other words, to help grow the leadership, help grow the ownership, help grow the financial model of the community, starting as a co-op and so on and so forth. So I worked on this plan with some people at DMS who were extremely supportive of the work, and I got much inspiration from them. So thanks to them, and thanks to you, and I'm happy to answer questions or whatever I can do to be of service.
Thank you so much, Dr. Biras. This was really powerful. And We need this so much, right? As we look at how the torrential rains have impacted us today and yesterday in Haiti, and how it's made it very difficult for people to navigate across the city right now because it's completely flooded. But if we had better planning around our cities, maybe we would be in a little bit of a different situation. Thank you so much, Dr. Biro.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Thank you.
All right. So we went from our connection to the land and really looking at how we can build a better bond with Mother Nature, right? With our soil, where we come from and where we live, and really thinking now above the soil, how do we plan our communities better, right? How do we build better structures that allow our communities to flourish and that allow us to be proud of where we live and that allow us to feel good about where we live? Now we're going to switch over to some entrepreneurs who are actually building these solutions, right? Solutions around sustainability and how we can build better platforms for a better tomorrow for Haiti. Now, before I introduce our first entrepreneur, I want to give a little bit of backdrop around the Moonshot Academy because they are the ones who, the entrepreneurs that we have selected to pitch in the Shark Tank are coming from our Moonshot Academy Accelerator program, which we launched this summer in our first year of the Accelerator. And it was really born out of the idea that we have a lot of entrepreneurs who are building interesting things that can have significant impact in the country and can be applicable to other places in the world, right? And these women could use some reinforcement around being connected to the right networks, being able to access capital, being able to learn about different technologies and tools that are coming into the market and can enhance their businesses. And so the Academy was really a way for us to bring all of these different resources together and put it at the service of these entrepreneurs whom we believe are promising businesses that can have truly a positive impact in Haiti. So I'm going to share just a little picture of all the entrepreneurs who are selected for this year's Academy and celebrate all of them. All right. Now we're pleased to have welcome in our first cohort of the Moonshot Academy Digital Accelerator Program, Christine Larac, co-founder of Atelier Collab, who pitched yesterday, Bernice Charles, founder of Cosmos Solution, a clean energy company, who will be pitching today, Nélange Saint-Cyr, founder of Valplace, a waste management company, who will be pitching today, Danielle Jean-Pierre, co-founder of Zimbali Networks, a fintech company, who will be pitching today. Melissa Sanon of Meli Tea Organic Teas and Spices, looking at sustainable food and agriculture value chains, who pitched yesterday. Vanessa Pierre, founder of Eco Renew Solutions, a waste management company, who had a chance to pitch yesterday. Christelle Paul, Atelier Cala, looking at artisan craft and preserving culture through our craftsmanship and creating sustainable jobs, who will be pitching today. Olguine Meteus, co-founder of Copo, looking at sustainable food and agriculture value chains by putting Haitian coffee on the map. Sandina Jérôme, Notepeim, which is a legal tech platform connecting notaries to people who are looking for notaries, solving the huge land management problem that we have without access to proper documentation. And then finally, Lisa Jude-Georges, founder of Regal, who's building a digital marketplace for accessing agricultural goods coming straight from the farms of Haiti. Now we have the pleasure of welcoming these ladies into the Moonshot Academy this summer. They had the chance to connect with an incredible network of masterclass instructors talking about everything on how to leverage technology to how to leverage the circular economy into their businesses. They were matched to startup coaches who allowed for more deeper dive into their businesses and how to solve specific problems that these entrepreneurs were looking to solve, but perhaps did not have the talent in-house into their teams or could not afford to hire experts into their teams. Those startup coaches really allowed for them to have access to that industry expertise free of charge. These were all volunteers who came from KPMG, Google, Facebook, Airbnb, Accenture, Nestle, and support of all of these entrepreneurs that we selected for the Moonshot Academy this year. And we're so excited to have these ladies. They're brilliant leaders as much as they are entrepreneurs. And we really want them to be the face of Haiti. When people talk about what Haiti is about, we want them to see these women, and we want them to feel proud that we have such talent coming out of a country like Haiti, and really sort of push aside that narrative of poorest country in the Western Hemisphere. We are rich with talent. We just need to make sure that they are connected to the right resources so that they can scale their impact. So without further ado, I have the pleasure of bringing on board our first pitch for the day. I'd like to also take this time to say a quick thank you to Tessa Jacques, Director of CFI, and Monsieur Stuart Pierre, who is a director at the Central Bank, for being our sharks in the Shark Tank today. Thank you so much for gifting us your time and allowing us to really leverage your knowledge to evaluate these entrepreneurs and see who should walk away with the seed funding. Thank you, Mr. Pierre and Tessa Jacques. So without further ado, I will bring on board Christelle Paul, founder of Atelier Cala. Now you have 3 minutes.
China.
Hello, good to see you. I see despite the storm, you were still able to connect, which is great.
Well, I made sure that it would work. I have good support.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much.
I'm going to try to share my screen.
Yes. I'm going to drop off and I'm going to put 3 minutes on the clock. Just wave when you're ready.
Okay. I'm going to see if I can share my screen. Give me 1 sec. This is a first, so be patient, please. Give me 2 seconds. Okay, share screen. Share screen. I don't know if you see anything. Okay. My PowerPoint.
We're not seeing your screen yet.
You see it?
Not yet.
Whoops. Okay. Okay, there you go. All right. You see something now? Hello?
All good. Ready?
Can you hear me?
3 minutes on the clock, Christelle. Just wave when you're ready.
All right. So we can start now. Hi, my name is Christelle Paul, and I'm the founder of Atelier Cala, a social enterprise dedicated to creating artisanal products and empowering artisans of Haiti. I have always loved making jewelry since my adolescence because it gave me a sense of pride and a connection with my country. Due to increasing demand and the popularity of my creations, my hobby of jewelry making turned into a business back in 2012. And one of the biggest reasons for my success is that I create beautiful, locally sourced products that address a huge gap in the market. With a consistent growth in the past 8 years, I'm proud to say that Atelier Cala is now one of the largest horn and wood product manufacturers in Haiti, supporting over 25 artisans. The increasing demand of our product by wholesalers and individuals calls for another phase of expansion of the production and storage surface in order to scale my production and address the online sales demand. Therefore, I'm here today to request an investment of $50,000 US to increase these infrastructures. You see, when I left my full-time job 5 years ago, I knew the potential was there. Handmade is one of the fastest growing sector in business today. By investing in our artisans and focusing on preserving artisanal craftsmanship, Atelier Kala has earned a reputation for being a brand that is synonymous with quality, originality, and that values the work and the people that make the product. To date, I've been able to quadruple our revenue. Currently, my portfolio is comprised of home decor, jewelry, and assembly services, with 65% orders from the United States, 10% from Europe, and 25% coming here from Haiti. We have now reached capacity, and we must grow. This $50,000 will help to scale my production facility, purchase more material, and pioneer a first model leveraging e-commerce to survive post-COVID, and continue to provide amazing products to our customers. This is a turning point for Atelier Kala, to elevate our brand, to scale and impact on the market, and also within the artisan community. I'd like to add that investing in my company is not in vain. I've shown resilience in the capacity to adapt, but mostly I've had an angel investor securing the location and some equipment, and took a loan which I paid back fully in 2017. This investment allowed my vision into a successful reality now. I can do the same with your $50,000 because I will use the same strategy and commitment to success and customer excellence that allowed me to get this far. An investment in Atelier Kala is one promise to a brighter future for national production and artisans of Haiti, and to give access to our beautiful products to the citizens of the world. Thank you for your attention.
Great pitch. Very interesting. Love the concept. Obviously, everything that has to do with art is obviously typical of Haiti and well known. And I have a question for you, just because I didn't catch fully. You said that you left your full-time job 5 years ago, but has Atelier Kala been open for 5 years?
Well, it started as a hobby. So in 2007, 2008, I started doing like commerce en chambre with jewelry that I did and resell to colleagues and then friends, and started participating in small shows. And in 2012, after the earthquake, I had to close because of the situation of the country. But in 2012, with the demand from the artisans themselves contacting me, and also the interest that there was within the sector, I decided to register Atelier Kala and open the business.
Okay, and my one more question before I let Mr. Pierre continue on. Is your business currently profitable? Because you're asking for $50,000, but what's your business strategy? What is it looking like right now? Are you able to break even or even have projects for expansion without the seed funding?
That Atelier Kala is sustainable. We have never on payroll, and we have always met our obligations to the best. We started the first year with $20-something thousand of sales, and now we have quadrupled that now in 2020. So we are a steady 15% growth per year, but with this investment, we can easily reach 25% to 30% growth in sales. There's a high demand from companies based in the United States that are very well positioned, and I have clients that are returning clients. So we have a very good base on that side.
Great, thank you. That answers my question.
Thank you.
Yes, I like the fact that Miss Paul, you were able to turn your passion into a business, and And you said that your first year sales were at $20,000 and they quadruple, so that would mean that you're at $80,000 of sale, right?
Yes.
So I'm just curious, like I saw pictures like you were surrounded by people. Are those your employees or artisans who are supplying you?
Okay, we have a system at the workshop where I have, I can say 60% that are employees and I outsource. This way,
Okay.
I have a lean model where I don't have too much overhead. And also, it's inclusive because the artisan sector used to hire hundreds of thousands of people back in the tourism days of Haiti. So, this way, I provide them, I can say, fair trade revenue. They get paid for the production that they do. This allows me to be more flexible financially for the cash flow. And also, this motivates me to find clients to sell the products. Sometimes they come and propose products, but most of the times they do designs that I offer to clients. So let's say that I have an order that needs to be finished in a short period of time. Instead of 4 weeks, the client needs the product within 2 weeks. So I have a network of artisans specialized in horn and also in wood that I contact and then I subcontract with them. So they get paid per item. Usually there's a rollover that's at least every month. I have orders placed directly with those artisans that I outsource from.
And I noticed that you make 65% of your sales in the US.
Yes.
With the US being hit hard by COVID, like how does that affect your sales prospects for the next year or two?
Well, I have to say that I was worried at the beginning, but thankfully I have a network of contact and clients that I've been able to reach out to, and also that have the same priority, which is job creation, which is sustainability, which is providing steady income for artisans. And with the same objective that they are in the United States, I'm here in Haiti. We have been able to create enough activity so that the workshop was still able to pay the artisans even during the lockdown of COVID-19 and even during the lockdown caused by political unrest. I have to really to say that the artisans are really my drive and my priority because I believe that if we cannot take care of our artisans, the craft will disappear itself. There's a tremendous amount of value within these artisans, and I'm grateful to have partners that have vision that I do.
Okay.
I'm not sure that I can hear you.
All right, next up we have Nilange Saint-Pierre, founder of Valplast.
Hi, Shaina. Hello, yes, I'm
Good
here.
to see you. I'm glad you were able to connect despite the rain. I'm really happy to see everyone connecting. So you have 3 minutes. Make sure that you are ready to connect and share your screen and then wave when you're ready to go. And you have 3 minutes on the clock.
Yes, I'm trying to share my screen. Sorry. I will take some minutes before. Okay, I'm sharing now. It's okay? Can everyone see my screen? Oh, oh. Can someone else replace me and then I will place it after, please?
All right, Nelange, while you try to connect again and share your screen, we're going to bring up our next entrepreneur, Daniel Jean-Pierre, co-founder of Zimbali Networks. Daniel, are you ready?
Mic check. Can you hear me?
Mic check. 1 2 1 2.
Okay. Just all right. And the quick plug with the swag.
Yes, show the swag.
Okay.
You're
So
proud.
all right. I'm ready to go. I'll share my screen.
All right.
Let's see. Can you see the screen? Am I ready to go? Can I get a confirmation? Hi, can I get confirmation? Can you see the screen?
Danielle, I think we're having a hard time connecting your screen, not able to see it. Are you able to log out and log back in the meantime? Maybe troubleshoot a little bit.
Okay.
All right. Now, in the meantime, let's see if Nelange is able to reconnect. Nelange, are you there?
Yes, I'm there, and then I'm sharing my screen.
Perfect. All right. So, Nelange, I'm going to put 3 minutes on the clock for you and just wave when you're ready to go.
Wait a minute. A little minute, please. You can see my screen very well, yeah? Please. I can hear. Okay, I'm ready to go now. Hello, I'm Nana Cecile, founder of Bioplas. I'm from Haiti. I'm living in Haiti, and then I grew up in Port-au-Prince. Ever since I was a child, I always see waste everywhere in Haiti and all places. I even experienced people who are selling their food on waste when I go to public markets. I saw that a change needed to be made in the recycling sector in Haiti, and that's where my motivation to get involved in this sector comes from. My Moonshot vision is to live in a Haiti where waste is recycled and valorized, where the environment is healthy and protected, where we work to save the planet for future generations. And to bring this vision to life, I created Bioblast. Bioblast is addresses two critical issues that adversely impact Haiti. The first one is pollution due to plastic waste. Haiti is the country that produces more plastic waste in the Caribbean, and we have the higher rates of recycle. We have only 12% of all waste that we recycle. And the second problem is the number of unpaved roads. In Haiti, we have 84% of unpaved roads, and that limit access to economic mobility assets for 19% of Haitians. What we are doing in Bioblast, we are collecting plastic waste from vulnerable areas, and we transform them into quality affordable papers for waste construction and sustainable development projects. Our addressable market is valued at $2 million in the first 2 years. And our target clients are local schools in Haiti, construction firms, municipalities, NGOs, and temple groups. We spent $12 to build 1 square meter of pavers with plastics, and then we sell our square meter at $20. We have two famous competitors, They are Groupe Jean Vabre and Prefab. They are building paving with cement, but what makes our product unique is that our product offers better traction, and we have a water resistant, a minimal water absorbency, and we sell our product with a lower price. We already recycle 1,000 kilograms of plastic waste from Cité Soleil and Bon Repos, and we test our prototypes in National Laboratory of Building Materials in Haiti. And the next stage now is to implement a new technology to become a sustainable company. We are 7 in the team. We are from different universities and different disciplines. We put our energy together, our skills, our knowledge to tackle the waste management problem in Haiti. And we are seeking for $20,000. We already have $1,000 to change the technology that we are using. We have a traditional technology and non-sustainable, but with that money, we'll be able to buy a new equipment in order to become a sustainable company, to create 10 jobs for Haitian people, and recycle more plastic waste to produce more papers to pave roads in Haiti. I invite you today to help us in this movement of reducing plastic waste and building pavers. Thank you.
Wow, with still 15 seconds on the clock. That was succinct. Thank you, Nélange. I'm bringing on board the Sharks, Madame Jacques, and Monsieur Pierre.
Am I going first? China, who should go first?
Sorry, guys. My internet is really unstable today. I'm so sorry.
Totally understandable.
I'm back
you can
on.
go first.
But Monsieur Pierre, you can go ahead and I'll ask my question second this time.
Yes, my first question to you, Nelange, is about competition, because
Yes.
I believe yesterday I saw a company that offers a product that is similar to yours. So, I mean, how do you differentiate yourself from your competitors, like people in the business of recycling waste?
We are recycle waste and then we transform them into paving stone to pave roads. And then we test our prototypes. Our paving stone are more resistant than other pavers. I mean, other pavers made with cement. Paving stone made with plastics are more resistant than paving stone made with cement. And then we send our product. We sell our product in Haiti. It is local. Our product is to develop project in Haiti, develop communities in Haiti, and then also we sell it with a lower price than the other company.
What is your sales history? Because I saw you mention a couple of partners like Groupe Jean Vabre. Have they purchased from you? I mean, what's your sales history?
I present Groupe Jean Vabre like competitors because they're building paving.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Groupe Jean Vabre and Prefab, they are building paving made with cement in Haiti, and then Bioplast is doing paving made with plastic waste.
Okay. But what's your sales history?
We don't start selling yet because the technology that we are using to transform plastic into pavers is not sustainable. We are in this stage now to implement a new technology and then to have a new machine. But we have future customers like Film Constructions. We have made a survey near to Film Constructions in Haiti and then City Hall. Like we are at Bon Repos, we made a survey near to the City Hall at Bon Repos, at Croix-des-Bouquets. And then we can sell them product for their project for the city. And then they could buy pavers from us as we are recycling also the city. And then we put pavers and then we sell them our paving stone with the lower price. And they could pave roads in Bon Repos, Croix-des-Bouquets.
Okay. But do you have contract with them, or is it just
Yes.
intention?
Yes, we have a contract with them, and then now we cannot start building with the same technology that we have because during production we have some smoke that we give in the environment because we are using a machine that we build. We build it, and then we need a machine that will be more environmental, that will be more sustainable, and then to reduce the number of smoke that we are giving in the environment. so we cannot start produce to sell them yet.
Okay, Mrs. Jacques, please.
I can't hear you.
No, I'm done. Like with my questions.
Okay.
I ask Mrs. Jacques to take over.
It seems that Mrs. Jack cannot connect.
It looks like Tessa is having some trouble connecting, probably due to the storm. So what we'll do is we'll pause your clock. You have about 1 minute left, Nilange. If Madame Jacques has questions for you, we will try to bring her, we will try to have her send her questions so that you have an opportunity to answer it in the time that you have been allotted, so that it's fair for you to move forward. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Nilange Saint-Cyr, founder of Valplace Recycling and Waste Management Company. Next up, we have the pleasure of bringing on board Daniel Jean-Pierre, co-founder of Zimbali Networks, representing with the branding. I love it. So Danielle, are you able to share your screen successfully?
I believe so.
Okay.
I did a test run and it said that it was working.
All right.
Are you able to see the screen?
You're good. All right. Gonna put 3 minutes on the clock. And then just wave when you're ready.
Hi, my name is Danielle, and I want to show you the face of the unbanked. It's my grandmother who worked as a micro merchant, and it's the millions of Haitian women who work as micro merchants and yet cannot save for a medical emergency and cannot access credit because they cannot prove their income. And at the end of the day, with their cash, must hop on a tap-tap or a motor or even walk in the streets with their cash. This is not only a Haiti problem, it's a global problem with 1.7 billion unbanked worldwide. And it requires a global solution. It requires a global payments ecosystem that accelerates digital financial inclusion. We've developed Just Pay Me. We're global, we're cheaper, we're accessible, we are the unbank for the unbanked. Our Just Pay Me merchant app is a secure mobile wallet that replaces a bank account with a powerful fraud detection tool. Merchants can accept credit and debit payments via card, app, and QR code in any currency. They can facilitate cash in and out transactions and have access to credit. We are equally accessible to unbanked micro merchants on their feature phone. Our Just Pay Me Money app for consumers is a secure mobile wallet that replaces a bank account with a powerful fraud detection tool that allows you to make credit and debit payments in any currency. You get access to credit and you can send and receive remittances. We're equally accessible via a feature phone for the unbanked. We plan on launching in the Caribbean, in Haiti and the Bahamas. In Haiti, 68% of the population is unbanked, 63% has a mobile connection. Haiti receives 2.5 billion in remittances annually, 1.5 billion coming from the United States, 60 million coming from the Bahamas. With the success of Digicel's Mon Cash platform, we feel that this is market validation and that the Haiti market is ready for an innovative fintech solution like Just Pay Me. Our competitive advantage is we're not only a mobile wallet, we provide credit and debit card payment solutions, remittances, and access to credit for merchants. We've developed our prototype app for Android. We're under consideration for the MasterCard Financial Inclusion Lab. We've been accepted into the NVIDIA Inception Accelerator, and we've had excellent discussions with the Haiti Central Bank on the bank-led fintech regulation model. Our team is strong with experience at Facebook, the US Central Bank, and USAID. We are looking for $375,000 in investment to develop our MVP app as well as our mobile point of sale device. We are also looking for contacts at financial institutions as well as mobile network operators. Thank you, and hashtag follow the butterfly.
Fantastic. With 7 seconds left on the clock. Well done, Danielle. Bringing on board our sharks. With 6 minutes on the clock for questioning.
Okay, I'll go first. Daniel, where is your company based? Is it based in the US or in Haiti?
So right now we are based in the United States. We're incorporated in the United States. When we launch in Haiti, we will have a Haitian Société Anonyme.
Okay. And you said you required like $275,000 investment?
That's correct.
Okay. And how soon, like, do you think that you can, earn enough money? Let's say you were to get a loan, like to repay that money. Like, how do you see the company's growth?
Sure, that's an excellent question. So with 375,000, we will be able to launch our MVP app, and that's our first level of introduction into the market. We plan on raising an additional 7 million, and once we get to 7 million, we'll have a fully developed app. And after 3 years of operation, we will be cash flow positive with a return on investment of 274%.
Okay. And you said like you see this growth coming from Haiti and the Bahamas, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And the United States.
And the United States also. Okay. And like how much will remittance be like what share of your business will be like remittance?
That's an excellent question. So we plan on targeting the Bahamas for the Haiti-Bahamas remittance rail initially, and then we'll target the United States for that. But we see that 30% of our revenue would come from remittances, the remainder coming from payments as merchants use our platform to accept digital payments.
Okay, thank you for your answers. Ms. Jacques, please, could you take over?
Any questions from Tessa?
Can you hear me? Sorry, this is a nightmare today. I'm so sorry, guys. But hey, we do with what we can. So, I mean, great concept. Loved hearing part of your presentation. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to hear all of it. However, when I think what's your plan to actually truly grow your team and make it more bring Zimbali Networks a little bit more relatable to, some people are really set in their ways. So to have people really adhere to this new form of just how you're trying to connect with especially the Haitian demographic.
That's an excellent question. Thank you for that. So we have multiple market entry strategies. First, for the unbanked, we are going to target specific markets and train individuals and provide a lot of support for individuals in those markets. We're looking at markets where there are a lot of female micro merchants and who are unbanked, train them on using our technology and accessing our platform via their feature phone. And so that's one level of market penetration strategy. According to the central bank, all fintechs have to partner with the commercial bank. And so we plan on partnering with the commercial bank, and that's one of our asks, to put us in contact with commercial banks and other financial institutions. But connect with the commercial bank, partner with them, and then use the clients of that commercial bank as an additional way to access new clients. So then you have your unbanked customer acquisition strategy, and then you have your banked customer acquisition strategy through our partner commercial bank. And then of course, with marketing in the Haitian national territory, through radio, through social media, through billboards, and just having a team on the street to get the word out on our solution.
Great. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Danielle, Zimbali Networks.
Thank you.
Financial inclusion technology. Fantastic. Next up, we have, drum roll please, should be Olguin, but I don't see her logged in. So we'll go straight to Lisa Jude-Georges. Lisa, are you ready? Lisa, can you hear us? All right, so while Lisa tries to set up, I'm going to just remind everyone that if you're logging in from the Hopin, I see that there's a couple of you who are circling around in the Hopin. Please be sure to use the Expo Hall and find some of the other entrepreneurs who are exhibiting their products in the Expo Hall. I'm going to share my screen for those of you who just joined us and may not be familiar with the platform that we're using, just to make sure that you are comfortable using our Hopin for the duration of the event. Now you'll see that on the left-hand side, we have the stage, which is where the pitches are taking place, which is where the entire event is taking place. We have sessions here. We did not add any sessions. Every single session is taking place on the main stage. All right. Now, if you want to meet people one-on-one, all of these people who are on the chat was extremely vibrant yesterday with a lot of commentary, a lot of excitement. If you want to meet anybody and take time to take advantage of all of the people who are at the event, please use the networking tool on the left-hand side here on this menu. And then please make sure you check out all of the vendors who are showcasing their products today. Click on any one of their booths and you'll be able to find what they have as their showcase. Just showcasing basil sauce for now. You'll see a video of them and their product, and then you'll see register interest. Just click on register interest. It'll send them a little message so that they can connect with you. Sometimes they give discounts and sometimes they're just sharing additional opportunities to engage with them. So please take time, check them out, and make sure you engage with those vendors in the Expo Hall. Now let's get back to the Shark Tank. Last stretch of the day. We're trying to get Lisa Jude-Georges to connect, but in the meantime, I see that Bernice, Cosmos Solution, clean energy platform, is ready to go. Bernice? Trying to connect. All right, here we go. Are you all good? Ça va? You are on mute. That is the perennial quote for live stream events. You are on mute. I know I've been told that multiple times today, not knowing that I was on mute and giving an entire speech, really feeling good about it. Like I inspired somebody, but was on mute the whole time. Oh, the woes of technology. All right, back to Shark Tank. Bernice, we want to make sure that you can connect. We see you, but we don't hear you. Can you hear us? Still trying to connect. Okay, let's see if we can bring back Lisa in the meantime. Lisa, is your connection working now? We know that for those of you who are just tuning in, there has been incredible storms in Haiti right now, and our ladies are having a little bit of a shaky time with the internet as a result, but we're making it work, right? We're making it work. All right, here we go.
You hear me?
Yes, perfect. Very good. So Lisa, are you able to share your screen for your presentation?
Yeah, let me click on the button. Yeah, bug. So they say that come as a bug. Okay. Let me. Okay. I just don't know.
You're not able to. You don't see the share screen button.
So I saw it, but the StreamYard told me that Chrome as a bug. They can't share my screen.
Oh, interesting.
So let me try
So,
again.
yes, let's try.
Continue was cancelled. Okay.
Let's try again. In the meantime, while you try to connect, I'm just going to play a quick commercial while you troubleshoot.
Do you see my screen now? Do you see my screen now?
Yes, perfect. So I guess we'll put 3 minutes on the clock for you.
So is the connection clear? Is the connection clear also?
Yes, yes, it is. But you're on the last
Okay.
slide, so you may want to start from the
So
top. And then I'll tell
I
you
didn't
when
hear what you said. When to start?
you're on the last. Is this the last page of your pitch? It looks like it's the last page of
Yes.
your pitch. Yeah, you may want to start on the first. There you go. Okay, great. So you have 3 minutes. Wave when you're
Yes,
ready.
I'm on the first one now. I'm ready. So can I start now?
Yes, ma'am. Clock starting now.
Hello, Shaina. Can I start?
Yes, please go ahead. Clock is starting now.
Can I start, Shaina? I didn't hear that. Okay. So let me start. Anyways, I am Misa George. I'm the founder of Regal. Regal is a market space for local food. I started Regal in 2017 selling agricultural goods such as peanut butter. In 2018, I was an intern, a student, and also an entrepreneur. Then I was sick. I almost burned out and I was anemic. I decided at that time to make lifestyle changes. In that healthy journey, I came across many challenges. I couldn't find the food that I needed to eat at the time that I needed it. And also, what I needed wasn't that fresh. And I didn't know where they were from. The public market disgusted me. Then I realized that I wasn't alone. There are millions of Asians facing those same problems every day. And the vision for the company extended. Create one platform so that Asians can buy local food and get it delivered to their homes. A platform that gives access to entrepreneurs and businesses to sell their products online and in stores. No technology required, we just take care of everything from marketing to logistics. Our goal is to be the Amazon of local food. Our competitive advantage is that we move faster than in competition because we deliver ourselves. We are eco-friendly and affordable. We don't waste money on extra plastic packaging and branding. There are 1 million farms in Haiti, according to the Department of Agriculture. However, we import $4.7 billion worth of products every year. We want to create a platform so that sellers and entrepreneurs can get access to training so that their products can be traceable and also and have international standards. We are 2 members in the team. Regal Bernarde and I, we are on the board, and we also have 2 part-time employees, 11 suppliers and partners. We generate up to 40,000 goods a month, selling peanut butter, jelly, cookies, and meat from our homes. Now we want to open our own store to be the market for Asian products. We already have the place and $2,000. We need 10,000, mostly for startup assets such as sustainable energy system and monthly operations. The return on investment for our store would be 8 months. The food industry creates too much waste. You don't need data. Just look in our streets filled with plastic of all kinds and garbages. We want to create a new way for Asians to shop and eat every day. Thank you.
Perfect timing. Look at that. 3 minutes on the dot. Thank you so much, Lisa. I'm going to bring on board our sharks for questioning.
Thank you, Lisa, for the pitch, but unfortunately, the sound wasn't perfect. So you talked about something that I couldn't hear. Your sales number. You said like you sold for 5 million goods, or I didn't hear like you said X million goods, but I couldn't hear. Did you say you talked about your sales? How much have your sales have
4,000 goods a month.
4,000 goods?
40,000 goods a month. Sorry. 40,000 goods a month.
Or 40,000
Every
goods
month.
every month?
Based in our homes.
Okay.
40,000. 40,000 goods.
Yes, per month. And you said something about investment that I couldn't hear. You said your return on
So
investment
the
was
investment
you
will
said
be
eight
8
something.
months. 8 months. In 8
Oh, okay.
months, we want to be able to have the money that we invested in back.
Okay.
So we want
And,
to multiply that number by 5 going to that store.
okay. And how much money do you plan to invest? How much money do you plan to invest?
I already have the place for the store and also
Okay.
$2,000. And I need 10,000.
You need 10,000. And do you have a preferred location for your store? You say, oh, you already have the place. Where? Oh, if you already have it, where is it
Yes,
located?
I already have it.
Where is it located?
In Cap Haitien. We are based in Cap
You're
Haitien.
based in Cap Haitien. Okay. So you say you're selling for like 40,000 goods a month. So how do you see the growth of your sales like for the upcoming months or years? No, I'm talking about your sales forecast. Like you said, you're selling now for about 40,000 a month. So let's say this time next year, like do you see your company selling like 100,000 a month or 500,000 a month? Like how do you see growth?
I don't hear those questions anymore.
Oh, you can hear me. Oh, let me repeat it slowly. You said that you're selling currently 40,000
So
for
I'm back
40,000
on
good a
screen
month.
and I can hear the judges' questions. So you are talking about this time next year.
Yes. How much do you plan on selling per month? Because right now you said you're selling 40,000 per month. So let's say in 2021, how much do you plan on selling per month?
For the first 6 months, we plan that we will be able to sell for 200,000 goods a month with the store. And I think that by next year, we might be 500,000 a month, basically. And we want to have multiple stores in every cities in Haiti. So the
Okay.
first one, the pilot will be in Cap Haitien, and the other ones will be in other areas, urban areas.
Okay, and for each store, you plan on investing 10,000. So that's what it will cost you to open each store. So I guess 12,000, like around
Yes.
12,000 for each store.
Yes.
Okay,
$12,000.
$12,000 US dollars. Okay, okay. That's okay with me. So I would pass the microphone to Mrs. Jacques. Mrs. Jacques, are you there?
All right, looks like time is actually up. So what we'll do, because I'm not sure if it's because Mrs. Jacques is having connection issues, we'll have her send any questions that she has, any clarifying questions that she has for you, Lisa, and we'll put it on the chat so we make sure that if there's anything that was not clear, that she has a chance to ask you to make sure that you have the full allotted amount of time that you were given for your pitch. All right, thank you so much, Lisa. Founder of Regal, marketplace for fresh organic food, looking to be the Amazon for Haiti with both online and offline entities. So next up, I think we have Kopo. Is Kopo able to come back online? I think I see you slightly. Olguin Metellus, founder of Kopo Coffee, looking to put Haiti on the map as the #1 coffee destination in the world through their platform. Now, while Olguin gets set up, I want to mention again that what these businesses have in common is obviously sustainability and looking at how they are building longevity in their business using value-added approach, looking at how they can impact both social, economic, and environmental levers. And so all of these women are in some capacity incorporating these elements into their business model and looking to make a positive impact in their communities, in the country, and in the world. So I'm happy to bring on board Olguin. Olguin, how's your sound? Nope, not quite. So Olguin, you did send us pre-recording. So because of the current storm we going on in Haiti right now, we did ask some of the entrepreneurs to, if they felt so inclined, to send us pre-recordings of their pitch, just in case we were not able to connect. And Olguin, it looks like we're having some trouble with you. So we might play your pre-recorded pitch. All right, just give me a signal if you can. If you can't, then I'll go on and share your pitch. And then we can use the audio and chat to be able to answer questions. All right, so it looks like we're still having trouble. So I'm going to go ahead and just share my screen to make sure that Olguin has a chance to pitch. All right.
Saviez-vous que le café est le deuxième produit le plus vendu au monde après le pétrole? Le café est consommé par plus de 2 milliards de personnes dans le monde. Et Haïti a été l'un des principaux producteurs de café à travers le temps. Nous, Kopo, voulons nous rassurer qu'Haïti prenne sa place de leader dans la production du café, tout en créant un revenu durable pour les agriculteurs, ce qui permettra au monde d'être connecté au café haïtien. Actuellement, nous avons plus de 500 producteurs de café à travers 15 compétitions. Mais malheureusement, les prix ne sont pas abordables car on ne produit même pas assez. Il n'y a pas de traçabilité de la qualité du café. Le café n'est pas accessible sur le marché mondial parce qu'ils n'ont pas accès à la technologie, ils n'ont pas
All right, so it seems like we've had a little bit of audio. Can you hear me? How about now? Sound check. Oh, the woes of technology and streaming live. Perfect. All right, so I'm going to play Ongin's pitch again since there was absolutely no sound for the first 2 minutes and start from scratch.
Aux acheteurs internationaux qui ont leurs produits délivrés à temps et ils ont aussi la possibilité d'apprendre beaucoup plus de notre histoire.
Okay, so looks like mic check 1 2 1 2. Can everyone hear me now? Good. All right, here we go.
Saviez-vous que le café est le deuxième produit le plus vendu au monde après le pétrole? Le café est consommé par plus de 2 milliards de personnes dans le monde. Et Haïti a été l'un des principaux producteurs de café à travers le temps. Nous, voulons nous rassurer qu'Haïti prenne sa place de leader dans la production du café, tout en créant un revenu durable pour les agriculteurs, ce qui permettra au monde d'être connecté au café haïtien. Actuellement, nous avons plus de 500 producteurs de café à travers 15 professeurs. Mais malheureusement, les prix ne sont pas abordables car on ne produit même pas assez. Il n'y a pas de traçabilité dans la qualité du café. Le café n'est pas accessible sur le marché mondial parce qu'ils n'ont pas accès à la technologie. Ils n'ont pas de plateforme pour se connecter au reste du monde. So, our Montreal vision is to make Haiti the #1 destination for top good coffee in the world. Yes, we want to raise the bar by shooting for the moon. Nous sommes en train de construire un pont entre les producteurs de café en Haïti et le marché mondial. Nous allons créer un outil de traçabilité qui permettra aux acheteurs du monde entier de comprendre et de savoir précisément d'où provient chaque grain de café. En mettant en place un marché en ligne, le café haïtien sera accessible aux acheteurs internationaux qui ont leurs produits délivrés à temps et ils ont aussi la possibilité d'apprendre beaucoup plus de notre histoire. La concurrence est vaste sur le terrain. Certains sont opérationnels depuis plus d'un siècle. Donc, ils sont trop vieux et trop confortables pour moderniser l'industrie. Et c'est pourquoi nous sommes meilleurs. Nous amenons de la vie en associant la technologie à l'industrie du café afin d'attirer plus d'acheteurs et de leur permettre d'avoir le café accessible à tout moment où qu'ils se trouvent, ce qui est notre unique proposition de valeur. Nous sommes crédibles pour mener à bien cette vision. Stéphane et moi venons d'une famille de producteurs de café depuis plus de 30 ans. Nous sommes donc connectés aux producteurs et nous savons exactement ce dont l'industrie a besoin pour élever la barre. Nous avons COSLE qui est certifié en développement informatique et a maintenant 7 ans d'expérience. Et comme vous pouvez le voir, nous avons des mentors avec des parcours différents qui nous supportent. Depuis notre lancement officiel en 2017, nous avons fait partenariat avec Haiti Coffee qui s'occupe de stocker et expédier du café torréfié à travers les États-Unis. Nous vendons en moyenne de 350 paquets de café par mois d'une valeur de $1,050. Nous sommes actuellement en train de finaliser un contrat de $200,000 avec Caribou. Nos projets dans les 24 prochains mois, finaliser notre site web, lancement de la version 1.0 de notre outil de traçabilité, recruter de nouveaux agriculteurs, augmenter notre chiffre d'affaires à $8,000 par mois. Nous recherchons un investissement à $500 000 afin d'investir dans la production, la technologie, le marketing et autres. Avec cet investissement, on pourra tripler notre capacité de production, doubler le nombre de nos plantations et planteurs et finalement augmenter nos revenus de 12 600 par an à 700 000 dans 5 ans. Raise the bar, shoot for the moon. Thank you.
Wow, wow, wow. We made it work. We made it work. All right, bringing on board our sharks. Just to say a few words, because I'm not sure that Olguin can actually connect. But in case you do have questions, perhaps you can ask it out loud, and then we'll see if we can have Olguin respond. Vous pouvez poser la question en français, en créole, comme vous voulez.
Yes. Okay, I'll go first. My first question to you again is related to your goal to increase sales from $12,000 to, I think you said $700,000 a year in 5 years. And how do you plan to increase the supply of coffee? Like, because I know, like, coffee was a main crop, like an important crop, like back in the days, like decades ago. But nowadays, like peasants, I don't think they into planting coffee so much. So how do you plan on encourage them to support you from going to $12,000 to $700,000 in sales in 5 years? Olguin?
Okay, it seems like Olguin might have some connection issues. So what we'll do is we will have her answer the questions via the chat so that she has a chance to bring any clarifying answers to help her pitch, and then we will keep it moving. All right, Olguin? All right, I think the last pitch for the night is Cosmos Solution. I'm looking for Bernice. Bernice is not quite connected. So let's see if we have Bernice's video, and we can go ahead and play her video instead of her pitch, which is unfortunate, but backup plan is better than nothing at all. All right, so hang tight while we play her video on her behalf. I see that she's trying to connect. All right, here we go. Share screen, share pitch.
Bonsoir à tous. Je salue et remercie toute l'équipe de Shebirth et tous nos internautes. Je suis Bernice Nérichol, ingénieure civile. Je suis une passionnée de l'assainissement et des énergies renouvelables. Mon expérience m'a permis de fonder cette institution.
Clean Energy from Bernice Charles, Cosmos Solution.
Bonsoir à tous. Je salue et remercie toute l'équipe de Shebirth et tous nos internautes. Je suis Bernice Nérichol, ingénieure civile. Je suis une passionnée de l'assainissement et des énergies renouvelables. Mon expérience m'a permis de fonder cette institution, Cosmos Solutions, qui travaille dans le secteur énergétique depuis près de 3 ans. Notre mission est d'apporter une solution en matière d'énergie propre à chaque Haïtien. Le problème énergétique, qu'il soit solaire ou biomasse, a toujours été un problème grave en Haïti. Si l'on remarque les efforts consentis qui n'apportent aucune solution durable, car nous restons toujours vulnérables par rapport aux questions de santé et d'environnement. De cette problématique, Cosmos Solutions veut devenir une référence en matière d'énergie propre. Dans le but d'améliorer les conditions de vie des ménages et de combattre la déforestation et le blackout, Cosmos Solutions installe des panneaux solaires et des biodigesteurs. Parlons du biodigesteur, un projet phare de Cosmos, ce dernier est un dispositif technique qu'on utilise pour produire du biogaz à partir des déchets organiques d'origine animale ou végétale. C'est une digestion bactérienne qui se fait sans oxygène et après 10 jours de méthanisation, l'on obtient un gaz naturel, le biogaz, qui peut être utilisé à la cuisson et même pour éclairer. De cette même digestion provient le digestat qui est un engrais naturel qu'on utilise dans les cultures et qui est 2 fois plus efficace que les engrais chimiques qu'on trouve sur le marché. Nous avons déjà commencé avec le projet Biodigesteur dans la commune de Chantal. Nous procédons par des séances de formation pour montrer aux bénéficiaires du projet comment utiliser le biodigesteur et quel type de déchets il est. Pour continuer avec ce projet et l'agrandir, nous comptons installer 50 nouveaux biodigesteurs pour les gens de cette communauté. C'est un projet communautaire qui pourra être dupliqué dans plusieurs zones reculées du pays. Cette sensibilisation de masse pourra grandement aider à la reforestation du pays. Pour pérenniser ce projet et faire en sorte qu'il continuera au-delà du financement, un frais mensuel de 500 gouttes sera versé par chaque bénéficiaire. Du coup, chaque mois, on pourra installer un nouveau biodigesteur pour un nouveau bénéficiaire, ce qui nous fera 10 nouveaux biodigesteurs en plus pour une année. Par ailleurs, nous prévoyons d'installer pour l'année fiscale à venir 15 à 20 000 kW d'énergie solaire par mois, entre 40 à 60 biodigesteurs. Notre marché cible, les particuliers, les ONG, les organismes étatiques du secteur énergétique, les restaurants et l'agriculture. Il y a d'autres institutions qui travaillent dans le même secteur que nous. Mais Cosmos Solutions utilise les déchets organiques non seulement pour produire du biogaz, mais également de l'engrais naturel. Vous pouvez nous contacter au 37 61 53 35 par email cosmossolutionshaiti@gmail.com. L'équipe de Cosmos est composée de plusieurs jeunes professionnels. Moi, Diane Néré, PDG, directrice de projet, ingénieur civil. Jean-Marc Scholl, économiste qui est responsable de l'étude de marché et du marketing, et Fabien Collinis, qui est le directeur financier, et Julien Josias, l'ingénieur technique. Messieurs, dames, membres du jury, je vous remercie déjà car vous allez permettre aux gens de la commune de Chantal de bénéficier de leur propre biodigesteur et d'améliorer leur vie. Pourquoi ne pas redonner à la nature ce qu'elle nous offre en retour sans la détruire? Mesdames et messieurs, il est temps de passer mon verre. Merci.
All right. Fantastic. So it looks like Bernice is having some trouble connecting. So for the sharks who paid attention, I ask that you please just drop your questions in the chat. That way we can easily relay it. Our production team who is within the StreamYard can easily relay the questions to our entrepreneurs and answer it and put it back into the chat, making do with what we got. So we had an interesting Shark Tank today, bringing on board all of our entrepreneurs, even those who did not have a chance to pitch yesterday, all around the topic of sustainability. We talked about agriculture, sustainability within the agriculture value chain. We talked about clean energy. We talked about waste management, financial inclusion, sustainable jobs, sustainable industries overall using technologies like financial inclusion technologies. It looks like we have one more entrepreneur who did not get a chance to pitch. That is Sandina Jérôme, founder of Nos TPI. But I don't see Sandina here. It looks like we're just, and she doesn't have her video ready. So we're gonna have to bring her back. In the meantime, I wanna bring Tanama back to the fold and see if Tony can connect us. Tony, welcome back.
Hey.
Do we have Tanama on board? Is she ready for us?
She should be ready. I sent the video that she sent to me. I sent it to your team so they can play it from your computer, I think.
Brilliant.
So we should be okay.
All right. I think Stella is coordinating that. Let's see. Are you still not able to see the share screen option?
I'm still not able to see it. It's
That's interesting.
It is. It's annoying, but you know.
All right. Well, it looks like now Stella's having a hard time connecting, so I'm going to bring you back a little later again. But bring on board two ladies who are, I know, got to keep the show running. Two ladies who have been leading organizations that have funded entrepreneurs in the ecosystem through various programs and various vehicles. I have the pleasure of bringing on board Dana Francois from the Kellogg Foundation and Christina Baptiste from Hope for Haiti. Welcome, ladies.
Thank you. Thank you.
So great to have two fabulous Haitian women who are working with organizations who are doing incredible work and making an impact in the country and very involved in the ecosystem. As you all know, in countries like Haiti, having access to capital is very limited. There is not a great venture capital network that exists. So if entrepreneurs want to raise funding, it's typically through grants or microfinancing or competitions like this one. And so Dana Francois and Christina Baptiste are part of organizations that have been very plugged in and involved in actually stimulating the ecosystem through different programs. And we want to talk today a little bit about what you ladies have been doing within your respective organizations, but also how we should be thinking about funding the future. Because obviously, we want to make sure that this is a sustainable ecosystem, and funding is a key part of that. Take it away, ladies.
Thank you, Shaina. I'm going to share my screen. Let's see. Okay. There you are. Okay. Perfect. Can you guys see it? Let's see. Is it showing?
I see a black screen. It did show up for like a quick second.
Okay, hold on. Let's see. Share screen. Again, let's try this again. Can you see it?
Yep.
Can you see it?
Perfect.
Perfect. Great. Okay, so since we've had some technical difficulties, so again, thank you so much, Shaina, for introducing me and for having me today, and Christina. So I think we can jump right in. So again, thank you again for such an opportunity to have such an important conversation. I felt extremely inspired over the last 2 days, really listening to all of the different conversations and really thinking about, as we think about building the future and thinking about building a future that is inclusive and that is on par with the challenges of the time, I would invite us to think about, how do we reflect on the past? What are some of the things that we need to keep in mind as we talk about this today, but also as we all think about how do we contribute to that future? So as a value-based organization and institution, these are the types of things that we think about as a foundation, and that I think about all the time in terms of my investment. When we think about the power of community, and we've heard this so many times today, to advance those solutions. So, and we think about Combit as an example, which is a way that community comes together to advance their effort. We think about Umuganda and Rwanda. That is, again, a similar approach. So these are the things that I'm hoping that we can think about, because we know that based on what we're seeing with COVID-19 and what we're seeing with the impact of racism throughout the world, that the system that we have built as communities really have not been inclusive, and that they have not been supportive, and they're not setting us up for success as a world, as a people, and especially in Haiti as we usher into the future. So keeping that in mind, I wanted to take us a little bit to the journey of what it means to think about an investor like a private foundation like the Kellogg Foundation. So you have a bit of a sense as to, when we think about bridging the gap in increasing capital access, what are we talking about? How are investors thinking about this, and how are private foundations thinking about this? So we were funded by Will Keith Kellogg, famous entrepreneur who was really key on building systems and institutions that are supporting children, and that really putting children well-being and families first. So the foundation was founded on those principles from the very beginning in 1930. And as an institution, we use our endowment and the interest on our endowment to be able to invest through grant making, which focuses on our charitable efforts, and also through loans and mission investment that focus on providing different types of capital to entrepreneurs and to advancing the missions and the things that we care about. So keeping that in mind, as a value-based institution, we take that same approach and really focusing on what we call RDNA, which focuses on community engagement, equity. And when we talk about equity, we talk about racial equity, we talk about social equity and leadership, and taking this values-based approach to how we invest, and we take it into Haiti. And we've been involved in Haiti for a very long time, but as of 2011, we've gone deeper in about 10 communities in South and Central Haiti to really think about how do we take that type of investment approach, partner with community, and think about how together we can support and strengthen conditions so that children and families can thrive. So with that said, it's really important to also walk you guys through how do we think about the type of investments that I just described. Again, an investor mindset, if you think about the types of questions you just heard from the sharks and the types of questions that traditional financial institutions would ask an institution, we ask similar questions. And those are the types of, and questions like, what's your mission? What's your vision? Financial statements. This helps us make our determination. But in order to make sure that we're reaching our impact and that our dollars in investment goes further, we have to work with ecosystem builders and we have to work with intermediaries. And Hope for Haiti is a similar institution to the type of intermediaries that we would work with to make sure that small entrepreneurs in rural Haiti have access to the resources so that they can lead the change that we all seek to have. So I'll pass it on to Christina, who will get to share that with you from her perspective.
Yeah, thank you, Dana. Like Dana said, when she speaks on the key things that investors want to know, this includes Hope for Haiti, who is an intermediate investor. Our business model canvas helps entrepreneurs visualize their own objectives, their missions, and it's exactly what we look at and we go through to assess the business. So just a quick background on Hope for Haiti. It's been in the southern region of Haiti for over 30 years now. And our founding program is education, but we have since grown to 4 additional programs, which include healthcare, access to clean water, economic development, which creates our 5 pillars for sustainable development in our communities. Hope for Haiti's overall vision is joyful children, healthy families, thriving communities, and the resources to make it so. And one of the main resources is access to capital. Within the economy program, we do this through financing SGBs, which is small and growing businesses, microloans, which includes ag co-ops, and women groups and timashans. And then, of course, through grants to businesses and programs who are creating social impact in their communities. We manage a $2.5 million program, and this is not to confuse us with endowment foundations such as Kellogg, and we're not your typical investor. We're not a bank as either. We rely, as Dana was saying, on that partnership to support our communities. Through the partnership with our foundation or with these certain foundations, we can take that extra step of due diligence and understand exactly what community leaders are advocating for. And with this, many of our investors are community-based partners. So for example, a couple of who we fund one large enterprise such as SAD. Many of you may know him as Auguste Kedor. He's a digital entrepreneur of the year who makes beautiful sinks. And I believe some of you guys may have seen them at the Marriott in Port-au-Prince. And they actually pride themselves on training local women to become mechanics in their atelier. And again, we have another, it's much smaller, they're called Épices Créole, but it's such a big impact. They advocate for healthier alternatives to Maggi, and at the same time, growing their local network of farmers in the South. And I can't forget about our women's group that received microloans from us and who continue to grow and persevere no matter the climate of the country. So we have quite a few quite a few partners, but those are just a few. And to add to that, we also do an annual economy challenge for entrepreneurs in the South. Just recently, we teamed up with Bunch for a second year and held a women's economy challenge where we gave the opportunity to our Femme Jumps to pitch their businesses and ideas to a panel of judges. We've also been mindful of the different climates we've been living through. Our priority is always servicing our community. And after Pays Lock, we distributed over 100 recovery grants to 100 Timashans. And as part of our COVID-19 response, we granted 150 farmers, Timashans, and women entrepreneurs, in which a handful of the farmers were from Chess International's network. So shout out to Rebecca. And through that, we were able to disperse the funding through Moncash. We also provided them with hygiene kits and soil water filtration systems to help promote hand washing and consumption of safe drinking water. So that's basically it, but I'll transition back to Dana, who will talk more about how the foundation invests in increased access to capital.
Thank you so much, Christina. So again, if you remember what I mentioned earlier in terms of really having a value-based approach, and if you've listened to what Christina just shared in terms of how they invest, then you can see why Hope for Haiti would be a partner of the Kellogg Foundation. So to talk a little bit more in detail about how the type of investments we make and how we make this decision and the type of partners we have on the ground that we support, as I've mentioned, we focus on the well-being of children and community, and we do this through a lens of community engagement, leadership, and equity to make sure that it's inclusive and that it's respecting community leadership. And we do this across the key pillars of what it takes to have a child and their family whole, which are education, maternal child health, and income generation. And the reason why income generation is defined as income generation, it's because the families that we work with, as I showed earlier on the map, are families that are located in Central Haiti for the most part, South Haiti, because these are our priority communities. And this is the type of things that they're involved in. They're not necessarily involved in what is considered a formal market. They're involved in agricultural production for the most part, in arts and crafts. So the partners that we work with, such as Caribbean Craft, Haiti Projects, are some of the organizations in the arts and crafts sector that are working very closely with women entrepreneurs and women artisans to be able to not only produce with quality, but also access market both locally and internationally. And it's really this approach of having an intermediary that is really increasing the capacity of the entire value chain and making sure that things like fair wages and, again, having a double bottom impact on the community is really advancing properly and really reaching the families that we're supporting in an equitable way. So beyond, as an example, arts and crafts, we also support in particularly the income generation work, providing access, capital access, technical assistance training, technical assistance through intermediaries, and the peanut value chain and a number of other value chains. Accesso is one of our partners in the Central Plateau. They work very, very closely. Again, keeping in mind what I've mentioned earlier, the importance of impact, the importance of interconnectedness to make sure that the social entrepreneurs that are working with us are having a comprehensive approach in their work. So they're working very closely as a response to COVID-19, more intentionally, more recently, around supporting food security efforts, with Zami La Santé based in Mirbalais, also with Saint Boniface Hospital based in the South, and also working very closely with a network of schools in the Central Plateau, again, to make sure that as we're talking about agriculture production, we're talking about market access, we're talking about income generation, we're also talking about food systems. We're talking about sustainable food systems that are making sure that not only is production increasing, but it's happening in a way that is equitable, in a way that is within the boundaries of what sustainability requires, and in collaboration with the partners. And Fonkweze is another key partner of us. Again, this Focus is often and Focus Foundation. Focus is often provides a lot of the capital pieces. And these are some of the key things that we think about, again, as we establish partnership, right? We think about missions, values. Are we aligned on those types of values? Are we focusing on an impact in partnership with community? The legal structures, organizations, making sure that the financial sustainability is part of the conversation. And again, I will talk a little bit more about that in terms of really looking at the broader ecosystem of financing, because I know that it's a key challenge in the country, and also the collaboration and partnership that is essential so that we can have systemic impact. So everything that I just described, these are really our investment priorities. And as I've mentioned earlier, all of this is happening underground in collaboration with partners who are really taking the leadership and partnership with communities. But we're also, as a foundation, and very engaged with other funders, peers of ours, and thinking about how do we strengthen the entire ecosystem, right? Not just leveraging resources for income generation, but leveraging resources across the board. Because social entrepreneurs, as you guys know, are such an engine for growth, such an engine for change. So there are entrepreneurs across the board, whether it's in health solutions and education solutions and so on. So again, and I also want to share with you, there's an opportunity for you guys that are on the line, and I was so happy to hear of the pitches and the types of things that you're coming with, to really take those things and take those solutions and sit with community members, sit with farmer co-ops, so sit with NGOs, like Zamila Santé, that are struggling with many issues, that because you have a social entrepreneurial approach, you are primed to be able to help us think through these things in a way that respects community leadership and equity. So we support all of that, and we support the broader ecosystem. And I wanted to share with you something that I put together, something that we have that really, it doesn't include everyone, but it includes many of the actors in the country at this time in terms of providing financial resources across different stages of institutions, obviously including us as a foundation, but also keep in mind that as a foundation, we also have other tools other than grants. FOCAL is a very close partner of ours, and Sarah Family Fund also works in Haiti significantly. Hope for Haiti and Haiti Development Institute act as intermediaries, because in addition to providing some capital support, they also provide wraparound services and training, which is so highly critical to bridging that gap. And I just kind of want to tap Christina a bit here, because as we're getting ready to really reflect on what we wanted to share with you guys to make sure that you get the most out of this session, we got involved in a bit of a conversation around, and as you can see, there are a significant number of players, right, in the country that technically have resources, they have capital, but we know that the gap is real, and we know that that gap is especially real for rural communities. So as we were talking about this, and Christina, I'll kind of pause here and let you share some of your reflections as well, because as we're talking about this, one of the things that is absolutely critical that I wanted to share with you is that many of you are strong entrepreneurs. Many of you understand how to pitch to these types of institutions. Many of you know how to connect with them. There's such an opportunity for you to then be able to kind of sit down with partners in rural communities and really think about how do you support them? How do we bring their capacity so that they also access those types of resources? And Christina, I know that you wanted to share some thoughts there too.
Yeah, of course. As Dana was saying, when we were discussing this, one of the questions that came up, and I wanted to ask Dana because I wasn't even sure. I was looking at this list, and it's vast and it's amazing, and we've seen a lot of work that comes from these institutes. And my question to Dana was, how many of these organizations work in the South? And it's a bias to me because obviously I am in the South. I work within that region, and that's when we started that conversation of there is a gap and we need to figure out how we close it, because I would love to have more conversations with a lot of the institutes across this board, across this ecosystem, to bring more information and bring more trainings down to the entrepreneurs who are in the South. And that it opened a whole can of worms. We were talking forever about this. But no, I agree with Dana that there is a lot that can be done within our community. Even for myself, going into the community, understanding what is it that is needed, and taking it back to these institutes and saying, hey, look, like this is what you're doing in a different part of the country or somewhere else. We can implement it here. We can help the entrepreneurs in the South or wherever else.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. And I remember thinking about today, I was so happy to hear the former Minister of Environment's reflection on the fact that the solutions are there. And it is so true. I spent so much time in rural Haiti with farmers, with our NGO partners in health, with our partners in education. And these are experts in terms of kind of the social impact of these issues and the solutions. But there are gaps, right? There are gaps that social entrepreneurs, because you have the innovation mindset, you have the capacities to think about how do you build something that is self-funded, that there's a real gap, whether it's supply chain gaps across all of these sectors that I just mentioned, whether it's thinking about, as an example, how do you provide books in Creole to kids in schools in Haiti? Who's publishing these books? Who's writing them, right? I'm so happy to see Tamala, and how do we disseminate those things? So there's a lot of challenges. The challenges are great, but these are opportunities, right? As entrepreneurs, when you see a challenge, it's not a challenge, it's an opportunity. So these are opportunities for you as social entrepreneurs to not only think about how do we build the future, but how do we build it better, right? Because what we're seeing in the United States and other places in the world is that economic growth doesn't mean inclusion. It doesn't mean equity. It doesn't mean that all is well for the children. So how do we build a future that is sustainable, that is inclusive, and that every actor in the society finds its rightful place to be able to contribute from a place of power? So again, these are the types of reflections that we're having as a foundation. We're engaging in those conversations with many of these funders that you see here, because the funders also have a role to play. We do need to be more mindful in the types of the products, the financial products we're advancing, how we're engaging, how we're being intentional in learning, so that we also contribute to bridging the gap. But even as we do this, we really do need the leadership of community and you as entrepreneurs working hand in hand to show us the way in terms of where we should be going with those efforts and where we should be putting resources.
So I wanted to just kind of give a quick overview on how it looks within Hope for Haiti in investing in the future. So just thinking about what the entrepreneurs need, we will be conducting more research to assess the markets in the Southern Department. We want to bring more access of information, training, so that the entrepreneurs, as they said, leverage that and grow their business how they see fit. We want that the microloans that we do are coupled with financial literacy for better business practices and potentially growth for small savings. Our goal, just my program goal alone, is to invest $3 to $5 million to small and growing businesses in Southern Haiti and within the next 3 years. So yeah, we are investing in the future for sure. Hope for Haiti's core values are resilience, empowerment, accountability, collaboration, and hope. And we just want to continue to challenge entrepreneurs to think of those innovative ideas, think of the social and community impacts, because together we can definitely close these gaps and come together with this ecosystem. I think Dana, you might have some future trends to share with everyone, right?
Sure, absolutely. Absolutely. So similar to what you were just sharing, Christina, so as a foundation, we're going to continue investing in the ways that I've described. We're partnering very actively with the organizations that I showed you, and many of the logos were there: Accessos, Amis La Santé, HCDF, Université Quisqueya, Fonds Caribbean Craft, and so many others. We're partnering very actively with them so we can think more systematically, right? So we think about what is the ecosystem that is going to truly support families and communities to not only have access to food, because we know that the hunger crisis in Haiti is an urgent issue, but have access to food in a way that is sustainable, right? Also have access to resources around maternal child health, around education, and really being able to support the organizations and entrepreneurs who want to get involved in those value chains to bring those solutions in an equitable way in partnership with community. So we want to continue investing in that. We're also currently investing with CACELI, which is one of our partners, in an economic development assessment plan of the Plateau Central. And it's really looking at what are the value chains in the Plateau Central, who are the partners in the Plateau Central, and how do we work collaboratively so that we're making sure that we're having the impact that we seek to have all as partners and as actors. The other piece, we're also involved in a number of community development projects in Akaye, Fondebo, and other places that are, again, looking to support community voice and be able to make investments that are supporting job creation and entrepreneurs, again, across the pieces that I've mentioned. And as we think about future trends, right? And I think that was so important to talk about because I'm sure many of you here on the call or on live know about the Sustainable Development Goals. And in every single investor conversation that I've been involved in, I've heard about how investors are excited about the SDGs. So this is a tremendous opportunity. And the reason why it's even more exciting is because it's really pushing all of us to think about what are the type of entrepreneurs that we're going to be if we're going to build inclusive and equitable communities across poverty and all of the other goals of the SDGs. So I would share with you as entrepreneurs who are involved in those sectors, who are sitting down in communities and working with local grassroots, think about how do you strategically position yourself to be able to attract that type of capital, because there's a lot of interest. There's a lot of interest in the agribusiness sector, clean energy. So think about that, and also think about how do you position yourself to also be able to demonstrate the impact, because being able to do that and leveraging your NGO partners who are experts in some of those outcomes will be of best interest to you. So I wanted to kind of leave you here with essentially knowing that as entrepreneurs, what you do best is pivoting. How do we come together to pivot ourselves into a future, into building communities that are equitable and that all of us have a role to play in, and that is truly up to par with the realities that we should be leaving for the children of the next generation. So thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you. Thank you, Christina.
No, thank you, Dana. That was amazing. You said it all for us.
Thank you.
Ladies, thank you so much. What a wonderful presentation and overview of the current ecosystem in Haiti. I've never seen a map like that, so comprehensive. Would love to be able to share it with the broader community, especially those who are involved in the financial sector and interested in looking at how to close those gaps, right? There are a lot of gaps, as you've mentioned, and we need to identify more specifically what entrepreneurs can do to bring innovative solutions to close those gaps. So I want to thank you both for your insights, for sharing all of your knowledge and all of the impact that you all have been able to make through your respective organizations and being key players in this ecosystem. Because as you all know, microfinance, grants, and competitions are the primary ways for startups to really access funding in our ecosystem in Haiti. And so without the initiatives that you all put forth, we would have fewer options for these startups to be actually able to access capital. So thank you. Thank you for the work that you've been doing, ladies, and thank you for a wonderful presentation on the landscape and what we can expect for funding the future.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we are nearing the end of the Future Festival, and we have had such an amazing day with environmentalists, sustainability experts. We had the Shark Tank filled with entrepreneurs who are pitching businesses that truly have an opportunity to make an impact in their local community, but also across the country as a replicable model. We've had an inspiring day of conversations on what we should be doing as individuals to change our behaviors and how we interact with the planet. Jane Nguyen gave a very powerful talk on how important it is for us to create a bond with the earth, and encouraging all of us to really look at how we can reconnect with our roots, literally our roots from the ground, the soil that is ours. And we had Tanama, we've been struggling to get Tanama on board for some time, but it looks like we finally have her, our superhero for farmers, our environmental activist, comic book character extraordinaire, sharing the story of why it's important for us to have conscience around environment.
No.
Take it away, Tanama. Oh, Tanama, we see you, but we can't hear you. Tanama? So I know what I can do. I had the pleasure of building the website for Tanama, and it gave me an opportunity to read a little bit more about what she represents and why she's on this mission. So I have a couple of assets from the website that I had to build that I could probably use to give everyone a snapshot of Tanama firsthand. The live stream through the back end. So let's see if we can make it work in other ways. It's just a little plug that Tanama did to say that she is a member of She Builds and encouraging all of us to take part in the movement to be involved in shaping the future of our country.
She Builds rassemble pour voir changement qui nan nam toute femme. Et moi gen pile fierté deske moi se yon nan mam yo. Tant pis, aidez-moi pote coller dans campagne She Builds 2020 pour nous voyer lumière et promouvoir mouvement planter pied bois en Haïti.
All right. So I hope you all enjoyed seeing Tanama. I'm going to bring back Tony briefly in case you want to say anything to close out, Tony.
Well, again, I was grateful to be here, and Tanama too. Unfortunately, I can still post what she had to say to you, to thank you, and to the whole She Builds crew, you know. And what I can say is there's a lot of artists in Haiti, and I'm happy and I'm grateful to be one of them that is able to show my work and to have these opportunities coming at me. And what I wanted to say is the comic book industry is really a huge business, and not only in terms of money, but in terms of education to help the youth learn certain things. So it will be my idea and my goal is to have like all these artists that doesn't have a voice and they're not able to express themselves. Like how can we build a platform to help them express themselves through their art and through comic book too. And hopefully in the future we'll have more superheroes to uplift our kids.
Absolutely. And thank you for the incredible work you've been doing. It's been a pleasure working with you, Tony. So we have also the pleasure, Met Bell could not be with us yesterday because of internet issues, and we have a couple more of our intervenants who also could not be with us today as a result of the internet issue. However, he did send over a video. So I'm going to play that for you shortly while it's downloading. Just got it right now, hot off the press. But in the meantime, I want to bring on board our head of partnerships, Aurélie Mathieu, to share a few words from the team.
Hello, everyone. I'm Aurélie Mathieu, the head of partnerships for She Builds, and I'm streaming to you live from Washington, D.C. Last year's festival reunited hundreds of us to our beloved Haiti. Some of our speakers and ambassadors came to Haiti for the first time in their lives and left with so many great memories. From sipping on a refreshing frisco, dancing to Niska's performance, and learning from our esteemed speakers and instructors. With some much needed support, we were able to sponsor tickets for almost 200 university students in Haiti to participate in the festival. When the pandemic struck this year, we unfortunately had to cancel the in-person festival we were planning to have in Cap-Haïtien, where we would be celebrating the city's 350th anniversary. Although it's not the same to have a virtual festival, we did not want to cancel this year's events altogether. We gathered all of our resources to provide everyone with a free festival experience. We are so thankful that you are here with us today. And we want to keep this going and hope that you will continue to support us in this journey. Since we were created in 2018, we quickly spread our global presence to our global leadership network. We created the Moonshot Academy to equip Haitian women entrepreneurs with the tools to launch their businesses to new heights and compete for seed money in this weekend's festival. Our monthly digital town halls have helped us address tough questions while learning about tools and ideas that can help us overcome some of Haiti's biggest obstacles. Let's keep this party going. If you would like to support us today, you can send us any monetary contribution via our Cash App at $SheBuildsGlobal or via PayPal and Zelle at hello@shebuildsinitiative.com. We cannot do this alone. Ensemble pour nous avancer ensemble. We've had some great partners and sponsors in the past that have helped us get this far. We've invested our own money and thousands of hours into all of our programs since the beginning, and we want to keep giving you more. Again, if you're able to support us, we'd greatly appreciate any monetary contribution via our Cash App at $SheBuildsGlobal or via PayPal and Zelle at hello@shebuildsinitiative.com. Thank you very much. Merci en pile.
Thank you, Aurélie, our head of partnerships for the She Builds Global Initiative. As you all have heard, we've done quite a bit in the past 2 years. This weekend, She Builds turns 2, and we could not completely cancel our festival. This is an opportunity for all of us to get together and talk about really important things that affect our community, that affect the world, and more importantly, where we talk about Haiti's role in the broader global economic conversation that is happening and how we can shift our mindsets in thinking about Haiti as an important component in bringing innovation into the global economy, as opposed to just a receiver of donations, as we've seen in the past couple of decades. So I want to thank you, Aurélie. You left a couple of links for us. Please drop it on the chat. For those of you who want to follow through and take part in the contributions of She Builds growing in the next couple of years, please follow through. If you have questions for us, don't hesitate to contact at Aurélie in DC, and we'll be happy to answer all your questions.
Awesome.
Merci. Now we're winding down the second act growing in the next couple of years. Please follow through. If you have questions for us, don't hesitate to contact at Aurélie in DC, and we'll be. All right, we are winding down the festival, closing up with some powerful speaker who could not make it yesterday, but who, with everything that has happened, is going to try to connect today. But before I put him and her on, I would like to just play a little commercial from our partners who have been there with us from the beginning. That is Caribbean Media Group and Caribbean Bottling Company.
At Caribbean Media Group, we are honored to support She Builds. Gender balance, women in leadership role is not a women's issue. It's an issue, period. And the fact that in 2020 we're still having this conversation shows just how urgent it is for us to take action. Be it small, be it big, we all need to take action. I'm lucky enough to be working with extraordinary women here at Caribbean Media Group, and every day I am amazed by their intelligence, by their strength, and by their leadership skill. They shape the way I view the world. They shape the way I interact with the world. And I invite you all to get to know them as well and see just how impactful their marketing campaigns can be. I hope you enjoy the rest of the Future Festival, and I can't wait to see how each and every one of you is going to help make the world a better place, a more equal place. Thank you.
Awesome. That was Sébastien Antoine from Caribbean Media Group, our key sponsor for tonight, who has graciously hosted us on the Hop In. As you all can see, we have access to an incredible platform where you can network and visit entrepreneurs. They have been a key partner in allowing us to connect with different private sector entities in Haiti and start building on collaborations for us to really grow this platform and make it 10 times more impactful than we've been able to make in the past 2 years of our existence. So I want to say a big thank you to Caribbean Media Group. Also want to say a big thank you to Caribbean Bottling Company, who is also a great supporter of us, a sponsor of the Moonshot Academy and the festival. A couple of words there as well, or a small commercial to spotlight them as a key partner.
CBC, Caribbean Bottling Company, c'est compagnie haïtienne qui traite beaucoup de gang, qui produit Jifouti ak te glacé brise. Et puis nous c'est spécialiste dans appareil pour filtrer de l'eau. Depuis 1973, CBC toujours kembe santé ou ak bien-être ou dans tête priorité. Et principe qui guide tout ça CBC fait, c'est propreté, qualité, santé ak bien-être en premier.
Fabulous. I want to thank our partners so much for being with us on this journey. We could not have done this without you. So now, without further ado, it looks like Rebecca Zama has a power outage where she is. She was going to be our closing performance, but we're lucky enough to have Angie Bell and Met Bell back on the lineup on deck to share a few closing remarks with us. They were not able to make it yesterday, but they have done everything possible to make sure that they participated in this year's festival. Cap Haïtien is celebrating 350-year anniversary, which is an interesting landmark, and Met Bell is going to touch on that and the intricacies around this particular landmark. He's a historian who is renowned in Haiti and has been very vocal around Haiti's place in the world and in the Black liberation movement. And a big part of this festival and talking about the planet is also talking about the people and our culture and how our culture influences the decisions that we make, the behaviors that we have. And Met Bell knows a lot about the Haitian history and how that has impacted our culture from 1804 all the way to today. So I have the pleasure to bring on board Angie Bell. Unmute.
Oops. Well,
welcome, Angie.
Thank you, Shaina.
I'm
and
glad.
I want to say I'm really excited to be here. And congratulations to you and the whole She Build team for this wonderful 2-day festival. And I can say that I am super proud to be part of the She Build family. And I'm super excited to be here as we are celebrating 350 years. We are celebrating Cap Haïtien. And it's really a pleasure for us, I would say, not to conclude, but to have my dad, I would say, Met Bell, to have him with us, to give us a few words about the importance of Cap Haïtien and the importance of us basically keeping that knowledge together as we are, like, I would say, as we are talking about the future. We are the future, but we cannot move forward without our past, without knowing it, without making sure that we are moving forward from our past.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So let me know when you're ready and I'll put him on. He's right next to me.
Ready to go.
Right here.
Met Bell.
Hi, how are you?
Very good, thank you. Good to see you.
I'm fighting.
I'm so glad that you could make it. Honestly, I know that there's a lot going on in Haiti right now, so really appreciate you being able to come on and share a few words with us.
Okay, I congratulate you deeply for your festival.
Vous m'avez parlé.
Vous m'avez commencé?
Oui.
Oh, bonsoir tout le monde. Moi, bravo pour nous pour l'idée festival là que le sujet à titre là nous à tout. Moi dis bravo pour ça. Parce que faut qu'on monde pas garder derrière seulement, garder devant. Moi bien content pour me parler nous de au Cap célébrer 350 ans pour une série de monde. Mais une série de monde tant que moi même qui pas d'accord que au Cap de seulement 350 ans, au Cap de plus que 350 ans, il gagne des milliers et des milliers d'années. Mais moi collaborer avec les gens 350 ans parce que c'est une occasion pour nous faire un pile publicité pour Ville au Cap. Il est important en pile pour nous faire publicité, faire marketing pour Cap parce que son gros produit touristique, son gros produit culturel et historique. Quoi que moi pas d'accord, mais il y a un monde qui fait inventaire de grands événements qui passaient dans le Cap. Moi il y a un monde qui comptabilisait richesse culturelle, richesse historique qui fait de au Cap une ville extraordinaire. Si pour nous commencer, nous sommes capables de commencer depuis avec l'arrivée Christophe Colomb, laissa au Cap de Guarico et il était capital au royaume qui était le Marien que Guacanagari dirigeait. Ville ça a émerveillé, étonné Christophe Colomb et il était changé de nom, il était relé Cap Saint. Après ça, un pile l'autre bel événement passé dans au Cap. C'est une ville qui est capitale 4 fois dans l'histoire. Première fois, c'était avec Guacanagari dans le temps indien. Deuxième fois, c'est avec Français dans le temps la colonie, au Cap, capitale de la colonie de Saint-Domingue. Capitale de une colonie qui était plus riche que la France te possédée sur la terre. M'pas besoin d'où qui activité ça te traîné touristes dans la période coloniale là, en pile activité commerce, etc. Mais côté ville là aujourd'hui, c'est pas la France qui te fait peur. Yo te fait peur la petite anse pour te protéger espace là. Mais au Cap de une ville dans la colonie, une ville normale qui a même relé le Paris de Saint-Domingue. Il y a une belle théâtre, belle salle de théâtre, bel magasin, belle salle de spectacle, tout ça qui t'a dû gagner. Au Cap d'une capitale encore, avec Henri Christophe, qui a commémoré 200 ans l'an mort Christophe Anessa. Ah, dans pile l'autre activité, nous prenons le mettre dehors et nous demander collaboration tout le monde. Laissez opérer le Cap Henri avec Christophe, sorti dans l'année 1807 pour arriver 1811 et sorti 1811 pour arriver 1820. Pour qui ça me baille des étapes ça 1807 arrivé 1811, Christophe c'est président d'Haïti. Sorti 1811 pour arriver 1820, Christophe est roi d'Haïti. Donc, au Cap de capitale royaume là, royaume du Nord. L'autre fois, quatrième fois, au Cap Vin Capital, dans l'année 1845, dans novembre 1845, avec un président qui est Jean-Louis Pierrot, t'es tellement de crime, t'es d'insécurité dans Port-au-Prince, les Port-au-Prince, Port-au-Crime, et un jour matin, avec toute Colamélie, il quitte Port-au-Prince, il vient établir dans le Cap. Si tu vas visiter Ville au Cap un jour, si tu as passé un côté dans la rue 16F, ou après il y a un caille qui est totalement en brique, avec toutes couleurs briques sans pas peinture. Il y a une clôture normalement. Ou après son caille très ancien, c'est la palais Pierrot atelier. Donc caille ça, c'est une maison historique. Donc pendant 4 fois au Cap Capital, il y a l'autre événement qui passait dans le Cap qui est extraordinaire. Tant qu'aujourd'hui, c'est 23 août, nous y est. C'est une date qui est importante dans l'histoire toute nègre sur la tête. L'UNESCO a choisi date 23 août là pour commémorer la traite négrière. Traite négrière, commerce que les Européens ont fait, acheter nègres en Afrique, tant que cabrit, tant que bœuf, pour venir vendre comme esclaves en Amérique, c'est-à-dire aux États-Unis, en Haïti, Jamaïque, Guadeloupe, Martinique. Zone ça yo a tout côté qui était des colonies. Il a acheté yo vinn vendre yo. Commerce ça a duré plus que 300 ans. Donc l'UNESCO choisit date 23 août là pour marquer ça. Et date ça yo a 21-22 août, c'est date côté esclave yo te levé campé pour dire yo pas esclave encore, yo libre. 21 août soit 7 jours après cérémonie Bois-Caïman qui te réunit toutes nègres qui étaient dans la colonie. Donc 21-22 août, c'est date esclave Saint-Domingue dans nos pays, particulièrement dans la zone tout près au Cap, ils ont levé campé pour te dire non à l'esclavage, pour te battre pour la liberté. Dans le même mois d'août encore, 29 août 1793, Sontonax obligé de reconnaître liberté pour tout esclave. Il proclamait liberté générale. Ça passait dans la ville de Cap. Et tout événement, ça, c'est des événements qui changeaient le monde, qui viennent battre le monde dans l'autre comportement. Parce que tout le monde concerné, tout le monde frappé, même dans le coronavirus là. Et après ça, il y a des événements extraordinaires qui passaient dans le Cap. Par exemple, la bataille de Vertières. Bataille Vertières, pas bien qu'on lit. Bataille Vertières a changé le monde et c'est dans le Cap qui est passé. Donc ça veut dire que ça c'est un aspect qui montre comment au Cap riche, comment au Cap extraordinaire. Au Cap, on sait des personnages tout qui prennent naissance là-dedans, qui le monde entier reconnaît et ont rentré debout dans la littérature universelle. Ils n'ont pas de droit à parler de eux. Pas un intellectuel sérieux à travers le monde, quelle que soit la nationalité, puis dit pas qu'on est tous ces vertus, qui était noir, qui était blanc. Tous ces vertus faites d'habitation Breda, qui n'a au Cap, qui n'a combine cap haïtien. Donc, tous ces vertus, c'est un personnage important dans l'histoire de l'humanité. Deuxième, l'autre personnage, nous avons parlé de lui. Nous avons parlé d'un personnage tant qu'Oswald Durand, qui est dans la littérature. C'est Oswald Durand qui écrit musique, qui est le choukoun, qui est traduit dans toute langue, qui est rentré dans la littérature universelle, et en anglais, il y aurait le Yellow Bird. OK? C'est un de chanter petits oiseaux dans le bois qui t'a écouté. Il a traduit en anglais, il a traduit en toute langue. Et aujourd'hui, il fait partie du patrimoine mondial. N'importe peuple qui a chanté musique, ça, mon bagage doit demander le causer. C'est Oswald Durand, dans la ville au Cap, qui fait dans le Cap. Maison naissance li, dans le Cap. L'autre personnage encore, son personnage qui est Anténor Firmin, qui raciste là, un coup de massue, qui raciste là, un coup de pic. Dans l'année 1885, il écrit le livre qui relève de l'égalité des races humaines. Côté il renversait toute une philosophie, toute une histoire que blanc yo te fait moun croire que yo supérieur à la race noire. Il défend ça, il montre par A plus B. C'est pas vrai. Et il montre tout que toute civilisation, l'Europe a pratiqué une religion, croyance, littérature, philosophie. C'est en Afrique qu'il prend yo, particulièrement en Égypte. Égypte, c'est berceau de la civilisation et nous-mêmes, c'est héritier de civilisation. Ça, donc, Anténor Firmin, son personnage extraordinaire, qui a une naissance dans le Cap, maison d'habitation dans le Cap. Là, on prend tout le monde, ça, Caillou dans le Cap, etc. Dans le 20e siècle, il y a un plus grand peintre qui était dans le monde, là, qui était dominé le monde, là, qui a été trouvé extraordinaire, c'était Philomé Aubin. Caille Philomé Aubin, là, dans le Cap. Là, nous compilons toutes les bagailles, ça, nous gagnons là. Nous gagnons pile bagaille. Nous avons imposé dans l'histoire, nous avons imposé dans la culture. Et nous avons rentré avec 4 pelouses dans l'industrie touristique là, sans problème pour nous dire, mais nous. Nous pas besoin de gouverner sous cause à 350 ans, quoique même nous connaissons au Cap de plus que 350 ans. Mais une bataille que nous avons menée aujourd'hui, fait de au Cap patrimoine mondial pour le futur. Pour le futur, c'est bataille ça que nous avons menée. Et il faut nous avoir courage pour nous dire que ça au Cap gagné, la Havane pas gagné, qui est patrimoine mondial. Ça au Cap gagné, le vieux Montréal pas gagné, qui est capitale mondiale, patrimoine mondial. Ça au Cap gagné, quartier latin à Paris pas gagné. Et on considère quartier Saïwa comme des richesses, comme des patrimoines. Donc au Cap, c'est proclamé patrimoine national dans l'année 1995. Nous avons fait un pas en avant, capitale, patrimoine mondial. Ville au Cap là, Il a un caractère d'une ville qui est ancienne, mais qui est ouverte à la modernité. Rue très étroite, quand il est construit avec matériaux colonial jusqu'on y a. Même capable de dire que c'est une ville qui est toujours en bas menace depuis l'elle créée. Depuis longtemps, ville ça a été exposée à cyclone. Indien, te comprendre ça. Espagnol, te comprendre ça. Français, te comprendre ça. C'est pour ça qu'on pas te faire caille qui était trop haut. Et on pas faire caille tout qui était fait avec des matériaux qui étaient trop compliqués. Et c'est ça que fait, c'est juste en Europe, ils te cherchent une série de matériaux, tant qu'on a droise, tant qu'on a agile, quoi que tu es agile dans la colonie, roseau, etc., puis te faire caille. C'est que pour qu'ils te résister à cyclone et tremblement de terre. Ville Satou, il est toujours chaud. Toute grosse révolte, même Jean Esclavité qu'on fait, tout gros mouvement révolutionnaire, là-dedans, fait. Par exemple, dans l'année 1802, la France voyait expédition l'éclair pour venir rétablir l'esclavage dans la colonie. Christophe mettait du feu dans la ville là et il commençait à mettre du feu dans la propre cas. Il boulait la ville là en entier. Et il demandait à la population pour prendre pied monde tant que pour te céder la ville là, bah français. Et je crois que tout capois connaît phrase Christophe ça. Si vous avez la force qui caractérise un général, vous n'entrerez dans cette ville que lorsqu'elle sera réduite en cendres et que même sur ces cendres, je vous combattrai encore. Ça, c'est déclaration que Christophe fait le 6 février 1802 pour te bailler une réplique et en même temps un coup de pique à officier général Leclerc te voyer côté pour te demander pour te bailler ville là. Ça, c'est un bagage héroïque et en pile capra remet Christophe pour ça. 40 ans après 1802, soit en 1842, plus précisément le 7 mai 1842, il y a un tremblement de terre qui crase la ville là rapidement. Il y a un seul caille qui te résiste là-dedans, caille ça trouve dans la rue 16A, et c'est là-dedans, ministère des Travaux Publics habité. N'importe là où visiter au Cap, ou doit visiter caille ça tout, et on va voir que, on va voir quelques matériels qui est fait, qui te permettent que il te résister là. En pile l'autre bagage encore marqué au Cap. En pile l'autre bagage encore rendre au Cap intéressant. Il y a une ville qui mérite visiter. Et me dit que ville là, c'est un joyau pour nous protéger, pour nous aimer. Et ce n'est pas une ville qui ferme au futur, qui ferme à la modernité, quoique sensible à passé, quoique sensible à l'histoire. Jour que je ne dis au Cap-Rété, il y a une ville culturelle et une ville historique. L'autre bagaille, nous sommes capables d'expliquer au Cap, non seulement qui est capitale Cap-Froid et qui gagne des événements historiques là-dedans. Gagner un espace, il y aurait le centre historique de la ville du Cap-Haïtien. Centre historique là, c'est un espace qui est découpé et on considère que c'est là le plus gros événement au passé qui est à partir des places d'Amelan qui est en face cathédrale là. Événement qui passe sous place là, c'est que pardon, en février 1791 seulement, il y a deux événements tragiques qui passaient. Là, il y a tué Vincent Roger et Jean-Baptiste Chavannes, qui étaient deux leaders qui ont lutté pour affranchir le même droit à les Blancs. Ils ont tué là. Le 7 novembre 1791, ils ont tué Boukman dans la Cule du Nord. Ils ont venu exposer tête là, en haut la place là. Mais bien avant ça, en 1758, par exemple, en janvier 1758, il y a un leader qui était le Macandal, il a tué lui, il a brûlé lui, et puis il a venu exposer tête là, sous place là. Place là, c'est statue de Saline qui est au milieu, qui prend comme un symbole. Et en février 1976, il recevra Léopold Sédar Senghor sous place ça, place d'âme du Cap-Haïtien, qui témoigne d'un pile grand événement en pile bagaille. À côté de ça, c'est dans le même quartier ça, ou a besoin caille Anténo Fumé, ou a côté le centre historique là, ou a besoin caille Oswald Durand, ou a besoin caille Ulrich Pierre-Louis et fondateur l'orchestre septentrional que nous considérons comme un personnage extrêmement important. Dans le même quartier, à tout près place là, ou a besoin un caille que je dis à c'est l'université Roi Henri Christophe, C'est dans le ça, Franklin Delano Roosevelt avec Estenio Vincent te rencontré pour signer la fin de l'occupation américaine. Je crois que ça est extrêmement important. Ça s'est passé dans le Cap le 21 juillet 1934. Vincent avec Roosevelt rencontré, ils ont signé pour la fin de l'occupation américaine et qui fait le 21 août 1934, l'occupation est bel et bien terminée. Ils font cérémonie dans Port-au-Prince pour marquer la fin de l'occupation américaine. Ça veut dire que le festival, ça nous fait au cœur des événements. 21, 22, 23 août, 29 août, c'est des événements extrêmement importants qui marquent le pays d'Haïti, qui marquent Ville au Cap. C'est dans la même zone ça tout, où après joindre Champ de Masse là, qui côté été proclamé liberté générale là, et où après joindre espace tout grand événement, toute maison extraordinaire, maison de Rosalvo Bobo, etc. Ancien palais de Christophe au Cap haïtien, où après joindre tout dans le même espace ça. C'est centre historique de la ville du Cap haïtien, qui commençait depuis Carénage, passé par place d'Amelan, monté sous Champ de Mars, arrivé jusqu'à Rue 15 et Rue 16. L'autre bagaille, nous sommes capables de parler au Cap, malgré son ville qui sous menace tremblement de terre et cyclone, et qui a une surpopulation qui sous le Cap pesé très fort, c'est que l'architecture a une menace qui a fait sous lui. C'est comme si la ville a une violence qui a fait sous lui. Qui violence? Par manque d'infrastructure, les anciens cailloux boulés, les a préféré faire un caille béton. Parce que, Mounio dit que pas de pompiers, ça a son gros problème que lié caillou boulé. Tant que c'est maintenant qui se passe là, un ancien caille colonial qui boulé rapidement parce que pas de pompiers. Massuo, qu'on a les a préféré, il va faire dans le béton. Donc, comme ça, l'architecture coloniale là, la disparaît petit crasse par petit crasse, Mounio plus a fait un caille béton. Et nous avons dit que c'est presque des constructions anarchiques qui gagnent dans la ville là, qui a fait perdre beauté. Là, nous avons fait caille moderne, nous croyons au plus belle. Mais nous étions quoi pour gingerbread, j'en aurais les cailles coloniales, ils auraient été plus belles parce que ça attiré plus de touristes, ça attiré plus de monde. Donc, c'est ça que nous porté pour nous à Soya. Moi, j'espère dans l'autre occasion, m'a porté plus de bagailles et m'inviter tout le monde à visiter au Cap. Ça qui visite déjà, m'inviter à visiter encore parce qu'on ne peut jamais bouquer visiter.
Très bien. Merci, Maître Belle, pour toute histoire ça que vous racontez nous à Soya sur au Cap, importance au Cap et importance du monde qui sorti au Cap, qui fait des bails importants, qui a vraiment mis Haïti on the global map et qui montre que nous gagnons un produit touristique qui a développé plus, nous pas manquer des atouts pour développer le secteur touristique là, tellement nous gagnons une culture et une histoire riche. Merci, Maître Belle, c'était un plaisir d'être avec nous.
Eh bien, moi, je vous remercie encore une fois. Kembe Fem Palagé.
Thank you. Merci, Maître Belle. Thank you, Angie.
Thank you, and I hope everyone really enjoyed it.
Absolutely. Pleasure to have you, and thank you for doing everything possible to make sure that we connected tonight despite the storms and the internet connections. All right, we are closing down the festival, but we would be remiss to close down without bringing on board some of our ecosystem partners who have truly been there for us from day one. Now, as you can see, we wanted to celebrate the men who have been there with us from day one because we are She Builds, we're elevating women, but it's not about elevating women at the exclusion of men. It is really about all of us being part of a more inclusive ecosystem and making space for everyone to be able to thrive within this ecosystem. I have the pleasure of welcoming Roch André, founder of CEDEL Haïti, and Marc-Alain, founder of Vange. Guys, I just want to give you all a quick shout out, maybe share a few words about your organizations and creating a more inclusive ecosystem.
Hi, Shaina. Thank you for having us.
Welcome on board. Marc-Alain, can you hear us?
Hey, China, can you hear me? Yes. Hello, everyone. I'm so happy to be with you.
Share a little bit about Bunge and CIDEL, of what you guys are doing to build the ecosystem and what we can do collectively to make the ecosystem more inclusive.
Thank you for the opportunity to talk about what we are doing in Haiti in the entrepreneurial ecosystem. For CIDEL Haiti, we launched this movement in 2012. That was 2 years after the earthquake. Some friends and I, we wanted to do something. We wanted to see how we can help create more jobs in Haiti. It was in 2010, I had the opportunity to conduct a survey for my research. At that time, I was a student, and we found out that 53% of the people, they said that the most important thing for them was to have a job. So you could imagine the best way to create jobs is entrepreneurship. And the government employs less than 100,000 people. So you need to work with the private sector. So you could have more entrepreneurs to emerge, and you need to strengthen existing businesses. That's the right way to create jobs in the country. So since then, for the past 8 years, we've been working to help have more entrepreneurs in the country through entrepreneurship training. We provide consulting services with CIDEL Haiti, and we've organized a lot of entrepreneurship events just to spread the entrepreneurial mindset, because we believe this is key for us to change this country.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And thank you for all the work you've been doing and for your support. It's been phenomenal to watch you all just evolve your activities, continue to spotlight and support entrepreneurs in the ecosystem. Thank you for everything you're doing, Rock, and your team at CIDEL Haiti. I want you to drop the link in our chat so that people can follow you and learn more about you and what you're doing in the ecosystem. I'm going to pass it on to Mocha Alain, founder of Bunge, and what you all have been doing, and maybe 1 or 2 thoughts on how we can build a more inclusive ecosystem.
So, hey, Shaina, I'm super, super happy to be here and always happy to work with She Builds. What a lot of people don't know is that the whole idea of building a co-working space in Haiti started with a crazy conversation with you in DC. For a long time, I have been a community leader, starting from college, bringing people together. We built Group Echo Haiti and Elan Haiti. We were really good at bringing community together, which is something important, and that is at the heart of what we do at Bunge. But adding a business model to it, make it sustainable. That question stayed in my mind for at least 3 to 4 years. How do I make this sustainable and keep this going and bringing everybody together in a sustainable way? And we had that conversation. We went and visited co-working spaces together in DC. So it's not just me supporting you, it's also you supporting me and we all supporting each other. And that's kind of like what my key thought is about how do we have a more inclusive ecosystem. People need to build more trust. Yeah. People need to understand expectations and also give without expecting immediate return. So we are all motivated by the fact that we believe, whether in women entrepreneurs, entrepreneurs in Port-au-Prince, outside of Port-au-Prince, I'm super passionate about technology. And I think what we're doing with She Builds, Bunge, and all of the Haiti Tech Summit, all those things that we're doing all together is actually bringing Haiti closer to the world. We actually created another type of conversation about Haiti around the world. So you build that leadership on your side as I build what I'm doing in Haiti. And the fact that we connect at some point is actually the most important thing that we can do. And for those of you who don't know what Bunge is, we are a co-working space. We are partners of Google in helping entrepreneurs grow. We're also partners of Facebook here. We're bringing content and knowledge for developers. And we also build strong partnership locally with telecom companies, Groupe Soje Bank. And with all of the things that we're doing, our ultimate goal is to bring the ecosystem together and have Haitians think about how they can build new solutions. I'm super excited for She Builds, seeing also some of the ladies who are pitching in the Shark Tank, who are also people we've worked with, help kickstart start what they're doing. I don't want to put names out there, so I don't want to influence anyone, but I'm super excited to see that entrepreneurs are coming together, whether they're coming on the Cedel label, whether they're coming on the Buzz label, or they're coming on the She Builds label. It's all about empowering their stories, and it's everyone's responsibility here to find their place into that échiquier and see whatever your contribution can be, you do what you have to do to put the ecosystem first and push the stories of strong entrepreneurs who want to disrupt Haiti together. Thank you, Shaina, for the time. I was super excited to push you, and I will continue pushing whatever you're doing.
Woo! Thank you, guys. Such a pleasure to have you. So good to have this brotherhood. We unfortunately couldn't have Davidson and Sam on the line as well, but they are also very critical part of this ecosystem. And I wanted to just showcase the men who are integral in the success of our journey as women under She Builds, because we cannot do it without our men. We are not exclusive just to women. We're just trying to create more space for women to fit inside of the ecosystem and be more prominently seen, but we cannot do it without our men. Thank you for being brothers to us. Thank you for being partners to us. We appreciate everything you're doing and look forward to continuing to work together. Thank you, guys. All right, now to close out the festival, I would be remiss if I did not thank my incredible team who has been working so hard on the back end, trying to make things work, trying to troubleshoot the technologies, trying to talk to every single person, to the entrepreneurs, to the judges. Honestly, it was a team effort, and we can't fit everybody into the stream. But I thought, okay, maybe we can fit a few and show the faces of the women behind the Future Festival. Could not have done it without you, Stella. Lynn, Tatiana, shout out to Anais in the background. Christelle, François in the background. You ladies were amazing, and your support without you. I want to give you a chance to just say a quick something. If you want to say something before we close out and shut down the festival, second annual She Builds the Future Festival, ladies, what do you want to say to close out? Any message, anything inspiring?
I guess I'll go first. The Future Festival is definitely a labor of love. I don't have children, but if I could say that maybe this is like when you give birth and it's really painful, but as soon as that kid is out, you're like, yes, I'm a mom. This is the best feeling ever. Like, that's how I feel right now. So I'm so happy that everyone tuned in. And of course, we have a phenomenal team. Like, you ladies are amazing. I'm so happy to be here with you ladies. Like, seriously. Very proud. Proud mom.
Thank you. Thank you, Cindy.
Yes, I agree. I think we just gave birth. But all in all, I had a great time. I had fun on the back end. It was fun working with all of you ladies, and I look forward to many more years to come.
Thank you. It's really about the collective and knowing that we are the change, and working together with all of you and supporting each other is the way to go. Let's do this.
Let's do this.
Do this. We coming back stronger next year, so stay tuned.
COVID free.
COVID free, yes.
Now,
because we all a good time when
Shaina, you're an amazing leader. Yeah. I mean, seriously, I know that there's a saying that the team is only as strong as the leader. So, like, the fact that we are a strong team just goes to show how amazing you are in leading us and making sure that your vision like comes into fruition. So thank you for all of this. We wouldn't be here without you.
Absolutely. Yes. Thank you, Shaina.
Right on.
Thank you, everybody.
Ladies. I love you, ladies. I love you.
We love you.
It all came together. It all came together.
We gotta do the Beyonce shake before we all leave. Now, I want to say, before we shut down the festival, some people are asking, what are the takeaways from this, right? What do we know that people are walking away with here that happened as a result of this experience? I'll say 3 things really happened. 1, we were able to spotlight our ecosystem and the incredible women and men who are part of this ecosystem and put them on a pedestal, right? We don't often hear the stories coming out of this ecosystem enough. The stories are typically coming out of the media are not always the most positive, but we wanted to show that there are positive things happening, and we should put more emphasis on those types of stories as well, so that it's a balanced story when we talk about the narrative of Haiti. So shedding light and raising awareness. A big part of it was also bringing spotlight into some of the topics that we don't often talk about, like the environment and our connection to the land. It was important for us to use this platform to elevate these subjects and why they are critical conversations for us to be having right now as the world is shifting drastically due to COVID, political crisis, economic crisis. If we're not having these conversations and helping people to think differently about what's happening around us and giving them tools to look at the world in a whole new way, then we will be stagnant in our approach and facing these different challenges. And we all know that in order to succeed, we need to be able to adapt. And you can only adapt if you are equipped with the right information. So raising that awareness was key. The second part was connecting. I saw a lot of people on the Hopin connecting to each other on the chat. A lot of entrepreneurs made new linkages, partnerships. I think somebody even recruited somebody from the chat yesterday. So absolutely beautiful to see that through this platform, even though it was virtual this year, people were still able to connect to one another, make relationships happen, because that's a key part of how we succeed, is being able to find people who can help and support us, or whom we can support if we have the resources to do so. The third piece is obviously investing in our entrepreneurs. I saw a lot of people asking, where can I see your website? I want to purchase your products. I want to invest in your business. A big part of this is showcasing the incredible entrepreneurs that we have in our community, in our ecosystem, and bringing more customers, more partners to their fore so that they are able to thrive in their business, because we all know the number one investor in a startup is the customer. So I want to say thank you to everybody who's been tuning in, who has been patient with us as we troubleshooted through all the technology breakdowns that we've had in the past 2 days, and really taking time to soak in the energy from this festival and walking away thinking, how can I change my behavior from how it was before to how it should be as the world is shifting, as the environment around me is shifting? How can I be more plugged into the ecosystem so that I have access to the right people, the right resources, and the right tools to grow my business, my platform, my initiative, my nonprofit the way that I want to, right? Walk away with all these, plant those seeds in other people's minds as well, encourage others to join this kind of movement, right? So that we create a critical mass of people who are doing positive work. The more people we have doing positive work, the faster we can be in achieving our vision for a more prosperous Haiti. And with that, I say thank you very much and good night to everyone.